insurance has 100 years of world-class claim service, which is a really long time. So we've gotten really, really good at handling claims really, really, really fast.
Said if you live in a glass house. Bless up everybody. Keep on rolling in. Top up the screen. Again, we have to keep the taps more than the report. Tap up the screen. Send it out. Tell a friend. Bring a friend. Cause if you tap up the screen, tell a friend, bring a friend. If you live in a glass house, them say, the songwriter say, that not me. Oh yes. hyper diplomatic. Tap up the screen, my people. You see them all over the place. Against them one another. Robert Nesta Malia call out the hypocrite them. I hold it for them out there. Robert Nesta upon them case. I know. Trust and blessing, Christy. Lead up. We're there for burn one small fire in the evening, yeah. We are burn one small fire in the evening, you know. Mr. Voice. Them on them top of Norris friend, Mr. Punk. I never give no run in the wilderness. Sing it on them case, I tell them something. In this house, can go back where they came from. Demonic word perform shall prosper. So let the war behind the science man go on. God them can't squeeze the lion paw. Taurus Riley tell them say, make the war behind the science man go on. God them can't squeeze the lion paw. No, good evening, my people. Good evening. Boy, may I tell you, say it's been a long day. It has indeed been a long day, a long night, a long everything. But this morning, as I tell you, as I say to my people every day, you know, not bless up yourself. I say, in an effort not to tell you any misinformation or lie, I tend to do my research. So on a regular basis, I always pass through my For You page and I pass all of the people whom I tell you about, I pass through and I listen to what they're saying. So I don't tell any lies on them. I listen to them, and whatever I tell you, I try to repeat it word for word for them. I don't mislead or put things out of context. This morning, I was passing over the Canadian, Suchman. And Suchman was there trying to send me an invite to come on his platform. Trigger, bless up yourself. No, I refuse said invite. And I refuse said invite because of the conversation that they were having. It's not that I couldn't contribute anything to the conversation. But Suchman was telling a lie. First lie he told was that, oh no, I don't believe in a Labour right now, PNP. No, that is a lie, Suchman. You know that is a lie. You, Suchman, are on the PNP bloggers payroll. Yes, you are. Now this morning you put up one picture and you pretend, say you go off for one man where do something wrong. You pretend. And you put him on picture for 5 minutes and then you go up. Then after 5 minutes, you know what you do? You turn around and you're going to compare a man. So, oh, he's better than the Prime Minister because he came out and say something. he came out and he broke the law. He came out, when you finish talking, come down to business. What broken English, when you finish talking, it comes down to businesses. What are these MPs average? What are these MPs average? Average what? Broken English, what? Average what? Anyway, let me get back up. I don't understand what I say. Right? May I go try to give a breakdown of the conversation that they were having and make no pick sense out of nonsense. Them say Andrew Willis has been Prime Minister for 12 years. That is the first lie. Andrew Willis has not been Prime Minister for 12 years. Secondly, they say the Prime Minister's salary is $12 million a year. That is a lie. And may I tell you them something I come want to know, so when you see them people they talk, it's one of two things. Either they are blatant liars or they are speaking on subject that they don't take the time out to educate themselves. Andrew has not been Prime Minister for 12 years. The Prime Minister's salary was never $12 million. That is the two. Now, they have some mathematician over there that says the Prime Minister's salary at $12 million a year for 12 years should have been $144 million. And that is the only money that the Prime Minister should have. And I am telling you people, when I say this every day, I'm talking about people who are listening to me who probably not sure what to believe. I am telling you, I tell you every day that People's National Party and them supporters do not like to see when anybody achieve anything. Now, as can to them now, a person in the position of a prime minister is earning a salary should only have the exact amount. So the prime minister hasn't done any investment or anything like that. No investment. Zandra, good evening. The prime minister shouldn't do any investment. So the prime minister asset should be just his salary and nothing else. Now the question I would like to ask, what was Percival Noel James' salary? What was PJ Patterson's salary? And what's his net worth? What was PJ's salary and what is his net worth? What is Portia's salary? What is Portia's salary and what is her net worth? May I try to make you know that these conversations them I have, it makes sense because they are just trying to seek evidence to back up their conclusion. And that they are trying to make you know. They are trying to seek evidence to back up a conclusion that they have already drawn or that they were told to have. So, firstly, the Prime Minister's salary before now was little over $9 million. It wasn't 12. And all of them, especially Hugh Blair say, him reading at the report, said the Prime Minister's salary was $12 million. When I hear that, that's when I know for a fact that Hugh Blair did not read the Contractor General's, the Integrity Commission's report. So a man like Hugh Blair who get very nice feelings when I call them liars and say them daughter and them granddaughter don't like it. Well, if your daughter and your granddaughter are listening, ladies, your father and your grandfather is a liar. Right? He has not read any report. Because if they had read the report, the same report we told them about the Prime Minister's salary that is not $12 million would have told them about the Prime Minister's investments. Yes, the exact same report will tell them about the Prime Minister's salary, also tell them about the investment. Reedy, who depend every day, claims them do research, has not read the report. And that's how them expose themselves. They have not read it. Not one of them where you say sit down over there every day and talk about report this and report that has not spent the one single minute to read. And that is why you cannot have any conversation with them that has anything to do with the IC report, because they have not spent the time to get themselves abreast of what is in it. What all of them have is a list of talking points that were sent to them, and them say, use these, use. None of them. Not Blair, Richard, Reedy, none of them have not read that report. And you know why them not read it? Let me tell you why they not read it. Because the contents of the report, come me people, you not tap up the screen, you know. Me tell you, you have to keep the taps more than the report. The contents of the report. Well, me not sure, you know. Me not sure it is. The contents of the report, my people, is not important to them. That's why them not read it. Them already secure them talking points. Right? From them already get them talking points even before that report was sent to Parliament. So reading it for them is not important, because them no matter what in it, because them already know what they're gonna be talking about. Right? And I dare any of them to prove me wrong. I dare any of them to prove. They have not read it, because as me say, the contents of what is in it is not important to them, because them already have them talking point. Right? That is why they can sit down. They can sit down and speak, and then they pretend that they are readers and they read and they understand. No. I don't have a number how much PNP bloggers are on here. But I can tell you for sure, I can tell you for certain, that if you can find two of them will actually read the report, you find a lot. If you can find two of them will read the report, you find a lot. One, most of them can't read. Secondly, the rest of them, they're not interested in the context because they already have the list. How do I know? I had a guy that came on recently. Yes. Too much. Yeah, if you find two of them, it's too much. I had a guy came on recently, and he was telling us in the chat about the report, this report, that. And when we brought him up and we asked him, have you read the report? He said, no, you know. But me only have a list of things. Me have a list of things in it what I'm supposed to talk about. So when me tell you, say that's all them have, each of them have a list. And them tell you, say, talk on these points. And we prove it to them all the while. We give them opportunity. We say, come up, defend your point. We give them the opportunity. We say, come up and defend your point. How much of them can come up and mount a proper conversation about whatever they may have seen in that report? How much of them? Take a while, guess how much of them you think can do that? How much of them you feel they can do that? Very, not, but two of them you could find, because, as me say, the contents of whatever is in that report is irrelevant to them. Them cares not. Them already get the list and the points out of it where they must talk. So when you now pass Reedy and when you see him, Hugh Blair and Hugh Richards and the rest of them sit down over there in the discourse report, they are speaking from a position of ignorance. Right? They speak from a position of ignorance. And they will have people believe, say, oh my God, we are so red. There was a young man where used to par with Reedy that used to do the research. But that Cadet, I'm not worried about Cadet, man. Cadet is the last soul. There was a young man that used to be over there, you know. That young man used to actually do research and can present information. Right? And could present information. But that young man, after realizing, say, hey, but this man a waste time. We not get nowhere under this man regime. This man has now become a paid operative for the PNP. Then decide, say, yeah, well, we have to jump ship from here, so because this don't make sense. Right? So, when you pass and you listen to a Chuck Finley, me, right here, and I tell you something about the report, it's because, guess what? I and my team, you see them here, you see them all the while, you see Philippians, you see Lashika, Renz, Winner, Travi, all of us spend the time and we go through the report and we read it. Not only have we read it, but we've also consulted it with experts who can tell us things in it that we don't understand. Because none of us, we are not accountants, we are not financial investigators. So we spend the time. We spend the time and we find people who can tell us what is in these reports. So when we speak on it, good afternoon. So, you know, if you change the background, I can't say the name them. When we speak on the Integrity Commission report, it's because we take the time out to learn and learn how we speak. So when I tell you that, Mr. Phillips break the rules of the Integrity Commission by releasing a statement on a report that has not been tabled in Parliament. The rule of the Integrity Commission state that no one should speak on any report before it is tabled in the House. Really making the comparison, said the Prime Minister should have come out and tell, no, the rule state, the rule that Mark Jefferson Golden Right said that no one should speak publicly on a report before it is tabled in the House. Again, if they had even read the rules of the report, they would have known that. But not even that, them don't spend the time to get themselves abreast that. They don't do that. Right? Because those things are not important. What is important is the list of talking points that they have been given. But this is the challenge when I throw out now. I am sure somebody there now I record it and them will send it go get such man from Canada. Such man, if you say you read the report of which we speak, let you and I have a public debate on the matter. Yes, a public debate on the matter. Now, you choose a platform. I wouldn't do it on yours and you wouldn't do it on mine. Choose a platform. Let you and I go publicly. You have your copy of it open and I have my copy of it open, and we go through it and we discuss the points. That is my open channel to such man from Canada. Let me prove to the people them that you are an idiot. DJ of political reasoning tonight. All right. I am challenging such man to that. Me and him alone, one on one, and we are going to debate the integrity. No, we are going to debate politics in Jamaica in general. Political present, political future, and political past. Me challenge you, such man, to that debate. Me and you, one on one. We are going to see which of us is learned. Right? We are going to see which of us is learned. We are going to debate the principles of politics. We are going to see who is willing to sell out them principles for political benefit. We are going to see which political party we can point to that has done more to benefit Jamaica and Jamaicans. We are going to see which political party have the best interest of the country. Well, elder, listen, elder. Let me, elder, media houses, including even the wicked one them, are an important part of any democracy, even the wicked one them. Yes. So if a media house, any media house in Jamaica, did not have a confidential source in the Integrity Commission or in a parliament, they would not have been doing their job, elder. Be me know elder PNP. Yeah, elder. Any media house in any country don't have sources in those organization is not doing their job, elder. Right? Media protection is written in the law. You cannot force a media house to tell you who their sources are. Yeah, yes, you admit that it was him. That's why you cannot legally force any media house to tell you who their sources are, who they get them information from. So, elder, there's nothing wrong with media house getting the information and run it out. It is a part of the democracy. That's how it plays out. Right? So, that's how we run it. But for the members to speak on it before, that is a violation of the rules. But elder, made it pass at long time. So when you know one with principle, okay, elder, you say you're one with principle. Later me you talk. That challenge is out there to Brother Reed. Yes, I refuse to come up on your platform because me tell you say your argument has come to you. You do research and you find things. You don't do one shit of research. When you don't know something, you ask and them say no one piece of paper come give you and you come back with it. But now, me I openly challenge you to that debate. Yes, we are going to discuss politics in Jamaica. We are going to see who have the best interest and heart. We are going to see what happened in the country in the last 8 years. What never happened in the previous 22. Right? Because unlike you, I actually do research. I actually spend my time to get myself up to date on certain matters. I know what is happening. This and here for me is not taps and roses me come here if you look. By the way, people, let me say this before me go any further. At last check on my TikTok account, I have, I think, little over 10,000 Jamaican dollars is on my TikTok account. Right now, little over 10,000. Now, today is Tuesday. I am going to go from this Tuesday until next Tuesday. As I said, the starting point, I think, is about $10,500 that is on it. And what I'm going to do, my people, I am going to encourage you all to give a rose, give a tap, give whatever you can. At the end of next week, Tuesday, Today's Monday. Yeah, today's Monday. Yes, sorry. By next week, Monday, whatever is on it, I will cash it out and I will be giving it to Mr. Meshach Willis. Yes, all of you know Meshach Willis. Meshach Willis is the victim of Finsack that is now living in less than stellar circumstances. He's doing a little selling on the side. So the base there that is now, it is now at about 10,500. So for the rest of this week, no, not yet, Petal. I'm still trying to reach him. Right? But don't worry. As I say, I've sent my mother to reach out to him, and she did. Right? So it is now at 10,000. Well, let me check and show you all where it is, cause you know, so let me check and confirm where it is. But as me say, I don't. This is the only reason. This is the first I am going to ask you all. Yes, William, I have a Zelle. I have a Zelle. Just give me send me an inbox and I will send it to you. Where is it? This one. I'm going to show you all what is on it. So as I say, I don't know the base when I start with, as I say. So whatever is added to it between now and next week, Monday, will be cashed out and sent to Mr. Willis. Well, see that it's at 11,700. I don't know if you can see it. Or you can't see it because of the background. But it is $11,719. That is what's there now. Right? So between now and next week, Monday, all you can donate on here, will add to this, and it will go directly to Mr. Meshach Willis. Yes, that is not a great thing. It won't buy him a new house, but it will give him a little cushion. It will give him a little cushion. Right? So that is it for the rest of this week. So the base we're starting with again is $11,719. I wish I could show you the screen, but I can't because of the back. I don't know if it's because of the background why you're not seeing it. Hold on, let me switch this background so we can show it. And I say whatever is added to it will go to Mr. Willis. Yes. Whatever is added. Can you see it now? There you go. There you go. You all see it now. That is the base on which we are starting. $11,719. It is a look back. You can see it. So whatever is added to it, anything you not done, you just send no taps, send no roses and come. It will go to Mr. Willis. Yes, it will go directly to Mr. Willis. Right, so Mr. Willis, do a little selling on the side. In doing little hustling. Now that, remember, that is a man. No, sir, that is a man that had his business in Jamaica, living in a decent home in a decent community, and it was snatched away from him under the watchful eyes of the PNP. So, and he's now selling on the street, sitting down a road, sitting down, hoping to build back in little business from that. So, this is going to be our little contribution to him, me people. So, as I say, between now, 1 week time, and William say him want a Zelle. All right, I am going to give it to you. Yes, we can do Zelle. For those who want to do a Zelle, Petal, my people, you can inbox me or inbox Petal. Petal's mother. Petal, well, I'm soon bring up Petal. Petal, send me a request. Petal's mother was the social worker that used to deal with Mr. Willis. Eh? No, sir. But Petal mother used to deal with them. So if you can inbox me or Petal about the Zell. But Trigger, you know who say all people in Colombia have Zell, man. All you want is one bank account over there and you're good enough. Right? Right now. Dujan World, bless up yourself. That's going to be our little contribution right now. So here is Petal. So all who have Zell can either inbox myself or Petal and we will work it out. But either way, Mr. Willis will get everything starting from this $11,000 right here, so. And
Sounds good, Chuck. Yes, feel free. Inbox me or Chuck.
Chuck, I don't know can get it. Yeah, man. Everything. It mean a little bit to us, but it will mean a lot to him. So today, Monday, today is what? Today the 14th.
Yeah.
So next Monday will be what, the 21st. Right? So by at the 21st, we'll see where we are and we will cash out everything and make sure that he receives it. There's more of them, you know. But I believe that Meshach Willis is possibly the worst half of the bunch. Yeah? I believe Mr. Willis is possibly the worst half of the bunch. There's probably more of them that we don't know about. But based on who we know, Mr. Willis is the worst half of the bunch. So,
Come on, guys. I'm gonna start sending some gift now. I'm gonna sending some gift, guys. See, we can get Mr. Me shock on 25,000 or something. I'm gonna send in some gift, man. I'll stop stingy up the thing. Buy out the bar
And
and don't be a scumming
hi,
on.
hi,
See?
Dujan, and if anybody want to donate to his Scotia account, I can give you the Scotia account, the branch number and the account number and his proper spelling of his name. I think Mivi and Churchill Downs are two people that donated to the Scotia. So if anybody wants the Scotia account, reach out to me and I will let you get it as well, okay?
Yeah, man, I'm gonna recharge up on our account, man, and send in some gift feed. See?
The other day, the police them take away him stuff them. You know them see him can hardly walk. 'Cause him 60% disabled, you know. And then tell
Where man do
police,
sell things and then take it away?
yeah, he sell like
Mighty
little
God.
stationary items. Yeah, man, you never see the video.
No, so I didn't see.
Mhm.
like station and them thing they do that. I saw the 8 p.m. at Sporting
Sorry? And a leg. And a leg.
yes, that's where he is. Right? And guys, what make it bad for Mr. Willis is that during the heights of the Finsack, he actually met in a motor vehicle accident that set him further back. Right? So while the others had the opportunity to run up and down and try to do things, he was in a motor vehicle accident.
With a teenager who was
He
unlicensed,
was unlicensed.
and so he had no coverage. He got no coverage.
Nothing to recover. So it was like a double whammy to Mr. Willis. Mr. Willis told us that when he was put out his house and he went to see his lawyer and get back home, all of his furniture and belonging was on the sidewalk. And then the rain started to fall. So him and his family had to hide under little tarpaulin to get shelter while them watch them life wash away basically in front of them eye. And all this under the watchful eyes of a government that they elected that should have protected them, but instead refused every single offer.
You know, so every time I think about it, me just feel so disappointed in the people of Jamaica, how them a run behind these people and them see, because you see some of most of the people them a come out of the garrison and me I gotta be completely frank. Them very bad mind. And
Very,
them no want to see you have anything over them. And of them choose to stay in a situation where they're in it. See? Mighty God of Daniel.
Woman love. Woman love. All right, love woman. All right, love woman not talking to us, so. Right? But that is the situation. Two persons, including Mr. Willis' church, offered to buy his house so he could retain it. The church went to the government at the time and said, please, we understand that he's in some problem. Let us pay off his debt and save his house. And that was refused. And his asset was given to the Jamaica Redevelopment Company, which was a collection agency from overseas. So them actually sold it. At the time, a house that valued $11 million was basically the same house we are selling for $30 million now. Mr. Willis' house, which part it there right now, probably value somewhere around $30 to $40 million. The value, yeah man, Rose, the value of the house at the time was for $11.5 million. And it was sold for $3 million. Right? That is the situation that these people, and like I said, Mr. Willis' own was compounded because of his accident. What he said, Chucks, I'm glad my prime minister have his bank account. Yeah, man, at Jamaica film there because the man is showing confidence in the system. You have to show confidence in the system where you're running. You know? If you're not confident in it, then why are you leading the country? Right? So that is it, my people. As I said, for the rest of the week, anything we get here, so it will go add to it. And as I said, the base point already is $11,700. So let's see if we can at least get him 3 times that. Let's see if we can get him 3 times that. And then we go. That's just that. If we can get him 4 or 5 times it, he will appreciate it also. But there is no user fee, no agency fee, as the PNP them would collect, and there is no administrative fee. So everything that is there will go to him. Everything. There's no. In fact, if I can stop the transfer people and take them fee, but I stop them too. But that's our goal for this week. That is our goal for this week. Everybody who can assist. So yes, let me get back to my challenger now. May I challenge you, man, from Canada. Anytime you're ready, you can come and we have the debate. You scream out what you when you're bad after angel say angel trouble you. Right? And fair man, we respect woman, you know. And you say, no woman can be disrespected on my platform because we respect woman over here. How can we assist? Dante Jack, are you in Jamaica? Reach out to myself or Petal, and we will let you know. Reach out to me or Petal. Petal is up there. And if you are there, Petal can give you his account number. All right. Yes. Petal can give you his account number, and you can make a direct transfer to the account. Or you can send it to Petal or myself, and we'll ensure it get to him. 100%. No user fee, no fee anywhere on the side. Right? No fee anywhere on the side. So whatever you donate will go directly to Mr. Willis. Someone who should have been protected by the government of Jamaica, but was left on the wayside to suffer. So that we are going to do. That is our week target this week. Janet Dunkley. Carol Moreland. Janet Dunkley. All right, we're not hearing Janet Dunkley. Right. Marvin Williams say, who is gonna run for relay? I don't understand what Marvin Williams I say. Who is gonna run for sudden relay? Sorry, Marvin, I don't understand that. Moreland. Aaron Moreland. People coming up, but I don't seem to be hearing them. They are not hearing me. Right? Everybody in the box hearing me, right? Petal,
Yes, Petal. Yeah, my boy. Yes,
What
yes, Chuck. Yes,
you
Chuck.
see, let me
Petal,
tell you
yeah.
what is happening.
go ahead, Philippians. Philippians, go ahead. All right, guys, I'll do second.
Person that are coming up, they're coming up for gifts.
Oh, everybody want to come up and enjoy a piece of the fruits of the labor. Okay.
Yeah, they do that sometimes. But Elder is asking, please, I just can't understand. It's the host they wanted or
Elder, send me a request and come up, make we talk, Elder.
their money.
Elder is a seasoned comrade. Bring up Elder. Come, Elder.
Understand? Is the house they wanted or their money? That's not how you spell their in this sentence. THER money. So how comes church? Then if the church see them member will get kicked out on the street and they might tell him pastor.
Make we help. Right? The church offered to help. The church said, let us pay off the man's debt and save him house. And they refuse. Lola Gray Baker said when they were auctioning off her house, she got somebody willing to buy it for more than what it was being auctioned for. And they refuse.
She said her husband's sister who live
Yes.
overseas got out, was willing to give them, pay off all that they owed, and they were denied.
And they were denied because it was about a robbery. Elder, what's the question now, Elder?
Yes, I noticed the lady Liqual is bashing where it's not how you spell it. Madam, if I make a mistake, I am not a dunce. Bear that in mind first. What I'm saying, Chuck, is that based upon the calculation that you're doing there.
Yeah.
Now, you said that it was some collectors, so it would be debtors collector like Willis, right?
The Jamaica Redevelopment Company was a collection agency.
Yeah, right. Now, so I am asking, if the church intervene and say, we will pay, why take the house? And it is the money, it is the money they want. So why take the house? If the
Because
church said, I will pay.
At that time, it wasn't about the money. It was about taking these people's property. Because other persons have their eye on the man's house.
Did you hear the part? Did you hear the part where she said they used to have Sunday meetings where they met and they were picking and choosing who was gonna get which property?
Yes, they were dangling the people's property all over. Right? This is who can get what. So it wasn't about the money at the time. It was more about a land grab. And more than one. More than one of them say we try. People who are willing to pay more than what they
Excuse me, Chuck. Chuck, excuse me. Pablo says
Say, Pablo.
that he was trying to message you, but it failed.
Tell Pablo, try it again now. Try it again, Pablo. Right? More than one of these persons, well, Elder gone already.
Elder, you can stay in the box.
Elder gone already. G said, no, G, I think is a Scotia of our NCB Petal.
Scotia.
Okay, so G said you can send him the Scotia account, so you can Inbox, just send James Scotia account so G can do something. Right? So at a point, for those who, it wasn't about any collection of debt. It wasn't about collection of any debt. It was more about taking away these people's property. It was a redistribution of wealth. It was, as Carlton to run it with, the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. Right? You didn't get to hear him. It's up on YouTube, you know, Joan Clark. It's over there, man. You can go listen to him speech, man. Right? Richard Palmer, big up yourself. Right? So it was about transferring, taking away the properties. It was about resetting the finances of Jamaica, making some people super rich and making some know them place. Right? It was about putting people in the place where you think them belong. How dare a little black skinned man like me, Jacques Willis, go own big house in a decent community? Last night,
I think they want to reset what is happening now, and that is why they're carrying in the man. A lot of little man, they're now surviving and you know, starting their little small business. And so a lot of helpers are getting more places to clean because of the Airbnbs that are going up. People are getting more, like the truck, what do I call them? The bearers, they're getting more work, you know, because a lot of business places are opening.
So what that means, Philippians, that the business confidence is once again returning to them.
And they want to, yes, they
Right?
want
The
to
entrepreneurial spirit is coming back. People are once again willing to take the chance to invest in Jamaica because they look on now and then see some level of stability. They see a government that will not abandon them. Right? And how do we know? Look at SSL. Remember, SSL is what they're trying to compare to FinSAC, you know. The government step in and they are ensuring that people will get their money back. Not just the super rich like Bolt, but everybody that is there. So we don't care just about the rich. We have to make sure everybody that is there get their money back. Right? But, I know that's all on it there. We still have to play our part in bringing the message out there. Right? And we have to fight against some evil soul who are blinded by some of them I get $100 credit, some of them I get 100 Canadian dollar, and they are blinded by that. So they must stifle themselves for information that can guide them in making a good decision. Sweet in the middle, bless up yourself. Right? You have to get them, get the information also people can make decision based on what these people have done in the past and that they have shown absolutely no remorse for what happened. They have not admitted to themselves or to Jamaica that, hey, we may have made a mistake with the policy that we pursued and we will not have it happen again. No. As according to the party leader that them have now, thermoplastic. And yes, Mr. Pang. What did the name of the gentleman who had here yesterday? Who was the gentleman come yesterday and he asked about the factories. Him just, you know, factories in Jamaica. And you're right, the factories are not here. I said the first anniversary sweet. All right. I hear you. I hear you. But the factories are not here because who's going to run for Sir Chilani? Miss Morrison Dalrymple Filbert. Yeah, Marvin, Miss Dalrymple Filbert will be the candidate for Chilani. Right? Where was I? Yeah. A lot of them, you see out there right now, don't take the chance to get themselves abreast of what is happening or what has happened to Jamaica and Jamaicans during that time. So when you see them can come on the platform and tell you, say, oh, these were the best times in the history of the country. Yeah, but for who? As Miss Baker asked them last night, best time for who? Who is celebrating those best time? Right? Best time for who? Best time for a man who rack up billions of dollars off of the back of poor people, off of the back of Jamaicans that were crying out for help. Right? Them no like, you agree with the Philippines, they no like when young people are open business. They, not even young.
The great reset them want to know is the great reset them want.
The great reset, they want FinSac 2.0.
Right. Because you know why you compete with them.
Then exactly, a Mark Golding.
A whole heap of business are open right now. Whole heap of small business, beer business, cleaning business. Whole heap. When you have more businesses, when you have more houses, people are buying houses, you have enough of them have employed people and whatever and want cleaning service and them don't want people to survive. They want to come back on.
Hello, guys. Can I come in for a minute here?
Go ahead, Mr. Palmer.
I was grown up in the 70s, born in the middle 60s. And never in the history of Jamaica have ever seen so much women owning their own house and having their own cars. Never seen that before. So that have to be progress, that have to be prosperity.
Never. I saw a new video this morning, Mr. Palmer, the police woman going into the dealership and driving out her brand new 2024, I think it was a Suzuki Jeep. Brand new, it was the police in a khaki suit, you know.
But Chuck, if my afternoon guys, if only because we were on Chopper Live this morning, and if only I don't know this lady by the name of Fatiar, that's her name and the thing. She came in and she were talking about, because my thought was all the teachers them nowadays. I love the educators here. Understand? But my thought is they are the dunces set of people, some of them, not all. And the lady came in and she was saying, boy, when PNP did a run this, all them suffer and she was going on, but then Chopper Live has ended like just abruptly like that. It was, I don't know. I wish that lady, we could have actually get her back to come and talk. Huh?
She was saying what?
Yeah, she was saying that in the PNP time, even the 4 years, it was the worst time. You understand? But no, people, all the teachers, them we are run, we are going. All whole heap of them coming back. Because what people need to look at, you know, and what a lot of these teachers, that's the reason why I said they are dunce. If in all of those first world countries, you understand, it's not like they're making new schools and all of that. It's the same schooling system, the same system that is in place. They're literally using, and the teachers, it must be a reason why the teachers are leaving United States, are leaving from the classroom. It got to be a reason. Nobody now gonna just get up and just leave a well-paid job like that. You understand? So that is it. When the teacher them leave with the expectation, say yes, they might make $6,000 a month or $7,000 a month. They don't look back and it, so them have to go pay $3,000 for rent, one next $2,000 for this and thereabout. So those are the things they are not. So I was talking about those stuff and she said, boy, she's sorry for hear me. I said the teacher them are done, but she does have to kind of agree.
I wouldn't, Mario, I wouldn't call them dunce. I wouldn't style them as dunce because majority of them, Mario, is when they get the offer or when they talk to the recruiter, whoever come to recruit them, the recruiter sometimes don't tell them the full story. Yeah? The recruiter, we come and tell them, say, you're going to earn $6,000 a month. And they will count, $6,000 a month, that is almost $1 million Jamaican, that, you know. Yeah, man. They can't put on $2,000 US a month and make do, I do, yes. But what they don't get is the reality, as I just say probably $2,000 I go to rent. And you have to pay tax. right? And you have to get this, you have to get that. And food expensive, that expensive.
But would you believe when I said that she agree with me? She said you can't call her a spade and something else. She agree with me. I said, boy, it is sad to say, but a lot of us as educators, and she were talking about it. I said back then, she said that she has been teaching from in the 90s or something like that. It's only if she actually would pass by her wherever she's from, if somebody literally hear me talking about her and invite her to come to the live and she could
Mario,
her conversation.
Mario. We try to reach out to her, but I mean, we send her a message because we was trying to get her on Kids Done live, but I mean, I don't know if she see the message yet, but yeah, we try to reach out to her, but yeah, we haven't gotten responses yet, so I don't know. Maybe she see that at a later date and then try to reach out back, but yeah, we did try to reach out at her.
Maybe she see it and come back.
Mr. Chuck, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Gold man.
Yeah, man. You know, sir, if you follow up on most of the teachers them are left go foreign. If you follow up on them background, you know, enough of them not go teach.
After them teach like them teach for like a year or depends on how. Remember them have to sign a contract, you know.
Yeah, but after a time, they run left it and go and do some other type of work.
Yes, because remember, you know, guys, just for this school year, the United States said them short over 300,000 teachers. Now, is not new school them bill, as Mario said, a new school them bill? That means 300,000 teachers either retire or leave the work and do something better. So basically, as somebody, I don't remember who me put it away, I said, Jamaicans are running away to take what US consider low-paying jobs. But it's not, I know the guys, I know today teacher go US. I know today, the teacher migration, I know today it start.
Long time something that.
A long time, years.
Years something that.
I have an aunt that went to the US to teach from both in the 90s. Because for places like US and England, it is cheaper to come to countries like Jamaica or the Philippines and recruit a nurse rather than to train one. It is cheaper to recruit a nurse, a teacher from Jamaica rather than to train one. Right? So that process has always been there. And like they say, when a teacher get a job offer and decide to take it, we need to stop make them feel like they're doing something wrong. Like I said, most of them go, and you have lots of them right now that is actually returning home. Go over there, then try it, and them in our work. But most of them, we take it up is a chance to relocate them entire family without any hustle. Because when they do it, they are promised citizenship. And if you can't get your picnic them up there and all of that up there, so most people want for them picnic group over there. So
But one thing here, Chuck, when Obama was president, what he did, he set up the government workers' salary, give them high salary and benefits. So a lot of the teachers leave in the classroom to go and take up government work.
yes. But remember, in Jamaica, we have the same thing, a prime minister that make government salary so much attractive now.
No, but the thing is, Chuck, what she was saying this morning as well, you know. She said the PNP coming and talking like I just know teacher leave. She said she can't recall back then, way done. I remember how long she said it was. She said that country them there. And them have some people who are recruit teacher and whole heap of them get up from the country and run go Portland for some recruitment for send go overseas. Enough people find out that it was not never did they. So they had to went back to the country. So it was a crazy her story. I was just listening to it and it's just a pity. I don't know what happened to that live this morning. It was so awesome. You understand? It would be good if we could get her back.
Me was a long time teacher leave. I know nothing strange to me. Me have family.
It's from in the 70s that I am aware of because I know of teachers who migrate for that purpose in the 70s.
Yes. Long time. So when you see the PNP and the PNP back media and them organization coming out to tell you that, oh, we have a crisis because teachers are migrating. We don't have no crisis. Yeah. As much as teacher migrate, we graduate well over 2,000 teachers every single year. Between Michael, Sam Sharp, Shartwood, and all the other teachers program we have. We graduate over 2,000 teachers every single year. Right? And let me tell you why I know it's a non-argument. Because when that fact was pointed out to them, to me, we graduate more teachers than we leave. Then they start use the term, oh, sorry. What we meant to say is that we are lose our experienced teachers. If a teacher was being recruited overseas, what would I do with over 2,000 people sit there where you them teachers course every year? What would I do with them? Would have people just train and sit down at the yard? No. We don't have a teachers migrating crisis. We have no crisis. Yes, some people get an opportunity and them take it.
But the thing is, Chuck, the PNP will run at this point now at how desperate they are. They're trying to run with every single thing. We are here talking now. I'm not going to surprise if they're not going to cut and splice something that you said, or me said, or somebody said, cut and splice that AI. They did it to Mr. Vegas. Now them say a Veronica Campbell Brown are going to run down a South Chilani for Dalry. It is just crazy, the conspiracy theory that they're running with. It's just beg to say these people them put out them thing have a thing and them not nothing at all for go with it. Nothing for back it up. You understand?
Let me tell about the teachers them in Florida. When them semester finish and the grade is not good, they fire them. Yes, they fire them. Because the kids they're not doing good in the school and the grade go down, they fire them. And a lot of teachers have to get their masters. Coming to America, a lot of them, I hear the gentleman say, they go back home. Because it's harder. It's harder in Florida and America. Because they have their masters.
They man a performance-based system over there.
Right. If you don't perform, you get fired.
Exactly. And on top of that, the kids, they are very disrespectful.
Oh, yes.
You can't think about it. So it's not a better rules. I heard a family member of mine, she said that she's a teacher. It's not that she said. She's a teacher in a state. And she had to leave that state and go to another state to find it because she wanted the benefit where she could actually take her kids there. You understand? If she was a teacher, I think for 2 years or something like that, she could have taken her kids there. So those are the opportunities a lot of the people they are taking on. You understand? And the teaching thing here is very difficult. As the gentleman said, if they can't keep the grades up, they might get fired. That's just it.
But
so
look
when they come to America, plenty teachers do not go back into teaching. Because when they're going to have to do a test and their grade have to be good, they leave and go study nursing or do something else.
But look how much time the Jamaican government tried to implement a performance-based pay for our teachers. And the Jamaica Teachers Association is always up in arms, refusing it. But yet still, when they run overseas, is the performance-based system they run under.
Right.
Performance-based system they run under. And that is it. So what they are willing to do in America to earn them pay, they have to work, they have to show the grades, as I say. If they don't keep the grades to a certain level, they're out of a job.
Right, if the kids them not getting, say you go to an A school, and the A school fall and go on to D. All the headmaster, the headmistress, a lot of them, they fire them and bring in new ones.
But
yet, they do that.
But yet, in Jamaica, the CXC result pass, and everybody tells that the government fault.
No.
Nobody is holding the teachers accountable in Jamaica.
And to get headmaster, headmistress, them have to have their doctorate. Their doctorate degree. It's not like Jamaica. teachers move up to the headmistress or headmaster. It's not like that over here.
Alton, one of the most non-progressive organizations in Jamaica is the Jamaica Teachers Association.
Right.
The Jamaica Teachers Association people cares nothing about educating our children. Them care zero. All them care about is how much money them can get, because the more money them get for the teacher, them the more dues them collect.
That's true.
And one of the revelations what we get right here, is this. 75 cents out of every single dollar that is allotted to education goes to the teachers.
Yeah, but
75 cents out of every dollar goes directly to teachers, not to teaching the kids, goes to teachers.
don't you know that is an arm of the PNP?
Yes, that is the first affiliate group of the People's National Party, the Jamaica Teachers Association.
But you know that the younger generation is moving away from the PNP, the teachers, them. Most of them, is moving away from the PNP. Some of them.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I very well hope that they are opening their eyes and realize that it was them PNP, most of them are run behind, have them under what?
A spell.
Consecutive year of wage freeze. Yes, Andrew, they were against the performance pay. But no, all of them can afford to buy a brand new vehicle. All of them can afford to pay off them loan. All of them can buy a house.
Can I never expect this money? It's the first time I ever get this kind of money in Jamaica.
Not
even in the US, I get the money.
But
Like the Jamaican teacher, them
came
again.
on alive, Chuck, me not remember if I hear live or Chop's live, but there was this teacher came on alive the other day. And the teacher was like, boy, him appreciate what the government did, because him could have able to put on one room when he did have that they were start.
I did over yourself, did I remember.
Exactly. You understand? And he still did have a money in his pocket left. And these are the things.
What
I
about
have,
the
I have two family members. They are very close to me. In fact, them are labor right as well. You understand? And they're teachers. Both of them, they're teachers. And they're saying that in a them teaching career, you understand, they work under both government. And they said to me, Mario boy, at the best up to the other day when them get the big money, them said, why Mario?
pension?
Nah, lie to you.
Yes.
Money sweet.
It's true.
Yeah.
A
But
lady
a lot
was
of them not
talking
people
that.
know to talk about it.
Yes, a lady
Now,
that Cliff
ask
Hughes
the
was
government
talking
what the
about.
government doing. And that's how the Teachers Association is. You see the Teachers Association and the Nursing Association. I remember what that woman the name what she did about now she left.
Edith Hallwood Anderson.
Yes. Them PMP people, them, I tell you, say, boy, they have no regards for Jamaica. They only care about their pockets. That's just it.
Majority of those organizations are party first. They're in love with the party, and as long as the party is in power, they will take anything. Yes, Bariki, the Police Federation, to all of them. But as we talk about the Police Federation, last night we passed a discussion with a couple of PNP operatives. And when we talk about these people discussing things that they choose to lie to people. Because they're having a discussion that Dennis Brooks, who was a presenter nationwide, he then went on to join the Jamaica Constabulary Force. Them said Dennis Brooks joined the force 2 years ago as a district constable. No. He's a simple man with a on TikTok. But Dennis Brooks' position in the JCF was senior communications officer. I am not sure if that was the exact thing, but I know that was what he did. No. Does a constable get that position? That's for one, no. But
Gotta be an officer.
ago,
A
I think
sergeant.
Bobby Montague that they made that offer that says if you have a college degree and you want to join the force, we're gonna start you at this rank. So once you
Like
go
the
in,
military, like the military.
yes, you're gonna start at a
Yeah.
certain rank once you have the degree. Then this book having degree and in join. So the fact that he's now being promoted, they are saying that a reward, he might get reward. Because you can't, he was at district constable last year and now he might get promoted to senior superintendent.
Because he
And
went with a degree.
yeah, but you cannot promote a man from constable to senior superintendent.
You can. You can. If you take the test and pass the test, he can get it. You remember one time police in Jamaica, they never bright, you know.
Here you go.
They never bright. So you have to remember now them they're refixing the police force in Jamaica. Like the US or Canada, England. If a man going within 10 degree bright, you gotta keep him as a private.
No.
That's it. You have to move him up.
Right.
Just like the military. You
No.
go and take a test. Yeah.
Right. And when the Labour Party first came in, there was what? There was I think they were saying there was a problem with the promotion system in the JCF where there was nowhere to promote people. He was a DSP. Thank you. I know he's promoted to a SSP. Yes. So when you have your degree, them start you at a DSP. Yes. Once you enter with your degree, you started at that rank. So that was an initiative that was brought in by Bobby Montague, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
That says
I think it's a good move. I think it's a very good move.
it's a good move. But you know what? If you find a way to cheapen everything, once you achieve something, they're against you.
Right.
Once you achieve something, the PNP will be against you.
That's it.
Presently, the force is in such a way that it cannot be politicized anymore.
That's true.
And I made that statement because during the 90s coming up, for those of us who can remember that before every general election, the police force would go into Tivoli Garden and kill 20 people. Think back, it happened in 93, it happened in 97, and it happened in 2002.
I've been a Clarendon too.
Yes. Before every election, them go down there and them kill off some people. It was under that same situation where them get the sound bite. When Adams is going to tell them, say, Tiaga offer them safe passage. Right?
But Adam is a well-known PNP, you know.
Of course.
The man one named Bigger Ford. Them try to go down John Road giving out to gunman.
Remember,
Bigger Ford and Adam was taking the gun down to Jungle and giving the gunman them it.
remember, that Adams was so powerful in the force that he tell the police commissioner, say, listen to me. You never hire me. So you can't fire me.
Right.
Go to the prime minister.
I am not a bright man, you know. Adams is not a bright person.
So right now you have a whole heap of people that clamor out that tell you what they say. Oh, make Adams the police commissioner. That would be one of the most devastating mistakes Jamaica ever.
Why PNP never give him? Because they know saying man is not bright. But look here, but come off of them. We don't really want to talk about PNP. Just talk about what my party doing and my leader, what my doctor is doing in Jamaica. He's doing wonders.
Wonderful.
Again, guys, I want to go now update. I don't know how many of you have seen that video where that gentleman has destroyed one of the newly bus that the government have received the other day. I don't know how many of you seen that video, but the last update on it is that the person has been identified and the police now is on their move looking for him. So they have accelerated to tell him to turn himself in.
Right.
Hey, Nathaniel, did the teacher reach out back to you when he texted her? You not hear me?
Yes?
The teacher, what with that interview this morning? She reach out back to you yet?
No.
No.
I actually talk to her, but I still not get nothing from her.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
Mario,
the video guy, that
Nathaniel,
video
reach out to
clipping,
the
when see that
teacher.
gentleman mash up the JOTC bus, is now being identified by the police, and they're now on their hunt for him. So he's been asked to bring in himself.
When that happened? When that happened?
Like sometime today happened, you know.
No, man, not today. I think it was day before yesterday.
Is that today or the day before yesterday?
They need to lock him up and throw away the key. He said it was PNP. They just destruct the country, much of the country. Oh man, I never hear about that. It was on the news.
I don't remember seeing it on the news, but there's a video of it going around.
Man, there's a viral video going around. This the taxi boy we're fleeing at the bus and all of them stuff. So if it's a viral video going around, you will, if you stick around on TikTok a little bit, you will see it.
Yeah, man, I watch it.
I have to go on Mr. Darrell Vaz page, you will see it.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So they need to track down people like those and them to bear.
No, because him run left his vehicle in it. It's my taxi driver in the operator private vehicle.
So what was the
He run left the vehicle.
Man, the bus.
Yeah, after I do and I try to get me on the bus, man, bank him now and he's slamming at the bus. He run left the vehicle. Because the people them come out of the bus to attack him.
We need to they catch him and arrest him.
Maybe him gonna hate you by now.
He can't cross the border. That's how we have to
He can't go through Jack. The place will protect him. He can't touch the sea. The touch the sea, they find him passer.
He go in a fisherman.
We have new boat to patrol the seas, so them can't cross go over there. That's me, them the big boss.
Yeah, right now, but thank you in himself.
I hope he ain't himself with you. Known PNP destroyers, man. I swear to God, they are so illiterate and dumb.
Yes.
Right, but as I say, let me find back my list.
Yeah. Anybody watched the meeting in St. Catherine in Portmore? It was very good.
Yes, man, it was an excellent gathering.
Boy, it was good, man.
Excellent gathering.
I'm in the Jamaica truck. I'm in a area that I come from St. Anne, but Portmore, I live. Boy, I'm sorry, Jamaica.
But you see, I remember, I don't live in Jamaica, but we watch it live.
Just make sure when the bell ring, you find your classroom.
No, man, I come home next week, but you're not easy.
I miss Mr. Warmington's speech, boy. I miss Mr. Warmington. I miss his speech.
I'm a good buddy.
Warmington's speech is now making its round on social media.
Warmington is good, man. Good.
Right. So, Mr. Alton, you were saying about the things that is going on in Jamaica now. Let me go over my list.
All right.
We can go through them one. Number one on my list is that we presently have 4 hospitals under construction.
Right.
Unprecedented in Jamaica history. And as we say yesterday, as can to the People's National Party, their solution is not to build out the hospital infrastructure, is to buy some bed.
Okay.
Right? But Jamaican hospital, yes, them said there's a shortage of beds. The shortage of bed, as I say, is not because there is no bed. The bed where they're full. So when you buy new beds, what do you do with them?
Yeah, I know where to put them.
Thank you. But the PNP say, buy bed.
Them an idiot, man.
right? And put them where?
Put them outside on the corridor of the hospitals.
Thank you. That must be the idea.
I don't think the PNP understand what is happening in Jamaica. That is the biggest problem. They are
That
out
is
of
the
touch
biggest problem,
with
chap.
reality. They are so in sync and connected to their dogma and their talking points that they are out of touch with the reality.
The reality.
They don't know what is happening in Jamaica.
Right. So,
No, I want to say that, them know, but them don't want the public to know how good the Labour Party is doing. You see, the Labour Party going to open part of Montego Bay Hospital, going to be open. You know about that, right?
yes, there's going to be a field open of the corner.
Right. You know? So you have to let the Jamaican
Jobs,
people know.
Jobs,
Yeah, man.
I am glad you're joining us.
Hey,
And I saw in a couple of rows. But let me tell you, I don't know if you was listening earlier. When I say I have a base starting of $11,000 on my TikTok account. And I say between this month, today, and next week, Monday, I am urging people to donate. And everything that it add up to next week, Monday, will go to Mr. Meshach Willis.
Good.
Well done.
Everything so far. I have a couple of people in the chat who say they will be sending some zeals for telling to reach out either to myself or Petal.
Yes, sir.
And we can get it going. So
Not to me. I don't handle funds.
I would say this is the first I have ever do that. But I said to myself or Petal, and then we'll put them to the proper channel. For those who want, can get his bank account to make direct deposit. As we said, there is no agency fee, no administrative costs.
No, give me a cut out of it.
No, give me a cut out of it. Right? Whatever you send will go directly to Mr. Willis.
Yeah.
Right.
Gentlemen, Mr. Willis is very grateful for the assistance. And we have some bigger plans. And our ultimate goal is to get him the ultimate assistance.
Ultimate one. Look
Mr. Willis was a man who had his house, 6-bedroom house, at Patrick City. Anybody who know Patrick City House in the 1990s, Patrick City House used to sell for 15 million and them money then. And 15 million back in the 1990s was 50 million today. Right?
Right.
And a Patrick City House in the 90s, with the type of land space a Patrick City House have, was golden.
Golden.
And he lost all of that. Did he lose his house because he was a poor businessman? No. Never did. He lost his house because the PNP instituted bad economic policies, high interest rate, claiming that they're mapping up liquidity in the market. High interest rate, moving interest rate from 18% to 150 in some cases.
Right.
Now you tell me, if you even sell hard drugs, you could never pay that sort of interest rate.
No one could survive that. Good evening, Angel. No one could survive that. So that was the reality that faced Meshach Willis and others. Right, but like I say, I believe that right now, Meshach Willis is the worst of them right now. Right? And we are trying to restore a little dignity to his life. As Chop said, the ultimate goal is to get him the ultimate prize that all of us need. That some PNP will tell you say it can't stop poverty. But we'll get him one. Get him back a little dignity in the eyes of his children. I hear Miss Lola Gray speak of his daughter the time she was a teenager. Imagine you are a teenager going to a prominent high school in the 90s. and your family is cast out on the street, what would that do to a young teenage girl back then? What would it do to a young teenage girl now? Nathaniel, mute your mic.
But the thing that you must ask yourself, is that there are persons in Jamaica today who have an interest in ruling or controlling Jamaica or running for high office in Jamaica. And those persons told us that they were the ones who orchestrated, engineered what took place in the 1990s. In other words, they created the Meshack Willises. It was their decision. Now, here's a challenge I have. Not challenge, but here is some of the things that kind of bug my mind. Miss Eula Gray Baker would have stated that she believed that both political parties benefited, or members of both political parties benefited from the quote-unquote spoils of the FinSac debacle, which is really not accurate. Right. And I did think I did correct that last night. Because though both individuals might have purchased properties connected to FinSac, my issue is not the persons who buy the asset per se, but is the ones who created the environment for those assets to be sold. The people who, by the stroke of a pen, invoke high interest rate policies, the persons who sit in high offices and apartments up in New Kingston and up in Cherry Garden, auctioning person's house, deciding who is going to buy what, when, where, how. Those are the persons who have questions to answer. The persons who did not make a decision to create FinSac are not the ones who we have a problem with. We don't have a problem with the persons who did not create that crisis, because they were mere investors. And an investor saw opportunities, they are going to take it. So our beef is with the ones who created the environment.
The financial engineers.
And the government that was in office at the time happens to be the People's National Party. And the Minister of Finance at the time when FinSac was created happens to be Dr. Omar Davis. It is Mark Jefferson Golden who told us that during the 1990s, he was the architect, he did the financial engineering that was required in the sector at the time. He was the go-to guy.
But don't leave out Mr. Patterson. Don't leave out PJ.
PJ was the Prime Minister. But I am narrowing this down to Dr. Omar Davis and his advisor. I didn't hear PJ's comment on FinSac. I heard that of Dr. the Honorable at the time. I don't know how honorable he is, but Omar Davis. And I would have heard from Mark Golden. So those are the two I have an issue with. Yeah, man.
And him is the one, Chopper Deal. He's the one who said run with it, right?
That was Omar Davis.
Oh.
Omar Davis.
Yes, could he do those things without the Prime Minister agree to it?
Well, the Prime Minister agreed to the Minister of Finance. If he's not a financial engineer, then he has to listen to the directive of the Finance Minister. But you have to understand, folks, that you're dealing with a political party, the PNP,
right,
whose mode of operandi is consistent. When they got the country again, and I will always go back to it, I will sound like a broken record, but I don't care. Somebody will hear it. Somebody who never hear it the 5,000 times when we say it before will hear it now the 5,001.
Correct.
But in 1972, the same economic climate that we are in today, we had similar climate in 1967, in 1968, 1969, 1970, right up until 1972. We had robust economic growth to the extent where it would have been recorded as the highest economic growth on record.
Right.
There has been no other period in Jamaica's history that we recorded more growth than we did in 1972. And I don't know if anybody can guess what happened in 1972. But in 1972, the said year that we recorded that growth, the PNP won a general election and formed government.
Here comes Michael Manley.
Michael Joshua Manley.
And the promise that better must come.
Jamaica's ever seen.
And he said better must come. Well, as history would have it, from 18.5 or 18.5% economic growth to negative 5%, losing 20% of our GDP. We were broke within 2 years. What do you think caused it? You think we had a hurricane in 72? You think we had a hurricane or an earthquake in 73 or in 74? No, we didn't have any natural disaster. What we had was Michael Joshua Manley. What we had was a foreign affairs crisis that Michael Manley knew nothing about and could not handle. Matter of fact, he placed his personal political ambition over what was relevant to Jamaica.
True.
He placed his personal
allegiance.
political alliance.
Yes, allegiance, yes.
Michael Manley wanted to be, at the time, the leader of the global anti-imperialist movement. Michael projected himself as a global leader. Michael did not focus on what was important to Jamaica. He was more focused on what was important to make him look good. So he aligned himself with people like Fidel Castro, Che Rivera, and all those leaders who were anti the United States.
Right.
Even though the US at the time was our closest and strongest ally, Michael cut against the grade.
I will follow Fidel to the mountain top.
He said it. He said it. He said it. He said it's a matter of principle. He said, I don't care what are the consequences. I'm standing on principle. So what that means, folks, it don't matter what happened. It doesn't matter how it's going to affect Jamaica. It is what I believe. Principle is something that you develop as an individual. You create your principle. You create what guides you. And Michael Manley stood on principle as it relates to foreign policy. And he did not give a damn about how it affects Jamaica. And as such, put us in the crosshair of the United States. And of course, we were in a Cold War era, Russia versus the USSR versus America. What did Fidel and Michael did? Stuck the middle finger to the United States and tell them to F off. And said, I will follow Fidel Castro to the mountaintop. Well, again, history will have it. He became unpopular. And who was our closest ally became our enemy. And by 1975, Michael was unpopular. He became the most unpopular prime minister this country has ever seen.
Right.
And he was staring down the barrel of a certain defeat. And what did that bastard do?
He
declared a public state of emergency and did what only dictators, only people like Nicolae Ceausescu and those dictators would do. Only people like Kim Jong-un would do. Call a public state of emergency, lock up its opponent, and call a general election. 1976.
Election night.
He released a song which was the manifesto of the PNP. A song that was done by Neville Martin 14 days before the general election. It was released.
Right.
My leader, Barnia. And that song today remains one of the most popular political songs in Jamaica. 36 copies were printed. 36,000 records were printed. and the PNP bought them out. Bought out all of the records and give them weapon platform all over Jamaica. When I go to places like Northeast Centre and Michael Manley touch the stage and say, people of Northeast Centre, what do you want?
Nothing, Joshua.
Nothing, Joshua. Just play the music. Play the music. People of Northeast Centre, what do you want? They say, we don't want nothing, Joshua. Just play the music.
Play the music.
And the sound man said, play the music, jump like Lego beats. Tip your water, wine your daughter, play the music sweet. Yeah, man. So if you don't think this is a joke, you make a sad mistake. That is a brief history of the PNP.
And Chopper,
yeah.
This is that about Spy Robinson.
No,
I was so smart. Him said him go retirement to it. I think the young labor right them don't know. But it's a deal. Then said Spy Robinson go down there for spy on Labour Party. But Mr. Siaga was so smart, he never sent him to retirement road. He said, well, we used to keep Young Jamaica meeting. And I remember when him come there and carry on and we said, we don't trust this man. And when we went to Montego Bay, then send the army surrounded the meeting the Labour Party have. They let everyone go through to find back Kingston and lock up Babsy, Yap Sang. Anybody about
Proto Charles.
Pete, in the God, he come from Portland. He was a captain in the army.
Peter was not a Jamaican. Peter was a British man.
Errol Anderson too.
Yeah,
Errol Anderson.
Peter was a British man.
But Peter was born in Portland, he was living in Portland.
No, but he was a British subject.
Oh, okay.
He was also detained.
Yes.
And when he was detained and he told them that he was a British subject,
right,
they released him.
Right. That's
because this constitution did not give rise to them holding on to a British subject under a public state of emergency.
Right.
That is why Mark Golding was batting on a very sticky wicket, or is batting on a very sticky wicket.
Right.
So yes, the 1970s was a period that we don't want to revisit.
No.
Because they lock up Babsy Grange, put her on a flight and tell her, go thy way.
And don't come back to Canada.
Don't return to this land.
Right.
Yeah.
Exile from our own country.
And Yappy. They put Yappy on the cold concrete.
Mike Henry was shot.
Yap Sang.
Yes.
The Vanguard, man. Yap Sang.
Can I give you guys a bit of history in 1976?
Yes, sir. Please do.
The federal budget deficit was 65.6 million. That was a deficit, and there was a record deficit at that time, and that was caused by bad management of the economy.
And the economic downfall of the 70s was how much, sir? What percentage did we fall behind?
25%.
25%. And what percent were we at in 1972 when they came in office?
I haven't done that research yet.
Well, please, sir, because when I say these things sometime, I want people to challenge me,
Right.
And I've been saying this for the last 20 years, and I can't find a single comrade that can come to me and tell me that we did not turn over a booming economy to the PNP in 1972. I can't find one yet, and I look like I might have got to put a reward out there. Right? But yes, we were growing.
Not even 1 year, we have no money. No money.
Broke.
Right.
Right.
Broke because of bad management.
Right. 5 years to me catch one. Don't ask the people that never catch it.
There was a PWD office up by Alfred Tree.
Yeah.
Where them say everybody used to go collect them check. One bad man that was aligned to the PNP went there 1 month and collect some 200 checks.
Yeah.
At the time, I believe you could only write the checks in for a certain amount. Right? And he went and collect 200 of them in his name. That is how government money was dealt with back then.
Right.
Right?
True.
That is the history. Where Umalo is here, that is the history of the People's National Party management of our taxpayers' money. It come back again in 1992 when they were backing up cars down to the bank of Jamaica and loading up the trunks with cash.
But look here, man.
Yeah.
I remember when those dollars were being purchased, I was living in Ocho Rios at the time.
Oh.
And at the craft market, down a watch cross from the police station. Look a bit topside CO supermarket. Where the craft market, there used to have a hotel cross and them in on the beach. When them boy line up crosses if you buy dollars.
Hey.
And they have the work of money in them pocket. Some were sent by Central National Bank to buy dollars. And some were sent all the way from Kingston by the Bank of Jamaica. The Bank of Jamaica was purchasing dollars, for example, for $22 to $1 US. And the bank undercut them and said them a buy for $24, $2 extra. One Chinese man, I will never forget the story in my life. Chinese man had a man out there buying dollars for him. Don't know who he was related to, but he had a man out there buying dollars. And the man bought the dollars from the tourists. He was buying for 22. And the Bank of Jamaica man was buying for 20. And when the guy buy the dollars, the Bank of Jamaica man just take the dollars and go buy it back. Go sell it back to the man there.
For more money.
And make back his money right on the spot. And don't make 25 step forward or 25 step backward. And in collecting $2 per every dollar. And he load back the Jamaican dollar in the briefcase and carry it straight back to Kingston and give it to them and tell them, say, no, go on. No dollars now run.
Boy, Chabs, man, I lie. When me hear history people like you and Chuck and Alton, I love you on the talking, I love you on the beat and teach. Me just sorry, me not hear me know.
When me say them things, I know, me don't want nobody think say, hey, listen, mama, it's when me say these things, I don't nobody tell me when me live it.
Live the experience.
When me da Ochi, when me live a Ochi, me da Ochi before Jack Ruby dead. One Music Avenue, James Avenue. No boy can't tell me how the West was one. When the Bank of Jamaica buy dollars underground black market US dollar, me there in the middle of it. The boy can't tell me about buying dollars at Ochi. Me don't want to tell you my antecedent, but you no go Google me will understand. Me know the road. A long time in the this year.
Chaps, me read the comment and tell her what them I say.
Me never look on the look on comment, me close my eye when me
no,
talking.
Man, but me like when you teach them. I like when you teach them because I like when people get information.
Yeah.
Mr. Jamal is the one who need information. Because anytime Labour write their life, him come through.
Look here.
Someone learn it look like.
Them the time there. When them a soup up and a gang up, I went to school in St. Mary. I went to Iona High School. Neville Blight's son Alicia and Christopher were my schoolmate and classmate, respectively. Right? Me rub shoulders with some of the richest folks because we went to school with Go Ben pick them. Yeah? Yes. Shaheen, brother, all of them. So them know that.
So
me have to go down in the history. But me done
Chaps,
there.
I want to know this.
Yes.
I see where this man said Michael Manley repeal of the Open Account Act caused the crash of 96. Do you have any knowledge of what he's referring to?
Repealing of the what? The Open Account Act?
I don't know if he's trying to say repeat or repeal, but I see repeal.
Well, let me tell you what Michael Manley did. Let me tell you what caused the collapse of the 1990s. Get your pen and paper. Let me tell you what Michael Joshua Manley did.
Get your recording device ready.
Get your pen and your paper. Let me tell you how the hurricane Michael came back in full force and came back wickeder than he was in the 70s. Yeah? Let me tell you, sir, Michael was wicked in the 70s and he returned with venom in the 1990s. Because remember, Michael Manley was anti-America. Yes. And dress up in a bush jacket and say he will follow Fidel Castro to the mountaintop and stick the middle finger in the United States. So don't remember that.
Yes, that's true.
And when he went to Russia, when he journeyed to the Kremlin, accompanied Fidel Castro, who spoke for an hour and 40 minutes, and introduced Michael Manley as the next communist leader of the Caribbean. Michael literally handed over Jamaica to the Russians. And that was when the United States decided, said, this is Michael Manley, I cannot stay on here. Has to go. And the United States assisted Jamaica in removing Michael and save Jamaica from the brims of collapse. Enough labor right now, I agree. But the CIA helped remove him. And
Thank
it was
you.
the right thing to do.
And
Because
Chopper,
we had to save Jamaica. But watch
and
me now.
Tell them the Cubans
When-
must come up our camp. The plane.
When
with
the Cubans
them must
were
come
running
up our
Jamaica
camp.
in 1976, from 1976 onward, Cuba run Jamaica. Jamaica wasn't run like a sovereign state.
Correct.
Michael Manley did already hand us over to the Russians. So don't make nobody give no Nancy story. We did already sold to the highest bidder, and the highest bidder at the time was the Russian. They needed a strategic point because they had 148 missiles pointing to the United States, and they need Jamaica, they need Nicaragua, and they need Grenada. That was the Cold War, and Michael Manley offered up. Michael Manley offered up Jamaica and said, take it. So watch me now. The night, I'm going to tell you now, the man did wicked in the 70s, but he come back wickeder in the 90s. Remember, it was the same Michael Manley who never liked America.
Correct.
It is the same Michael Manley whom America never liked either. But as history would have it, America don't have friends. They have interests. And anytime the interests change, the friendship change. In 1980, in 1980, 81, 82, and 83, Jamaica was the highest recipient of United States aid. The only country that run second to us at the time in receiving aids and grants from the United States was Israel. Hello?
Yes,
That is how important we were based on our strategic location in the Caribbean and based on the friendship that Eddie Seaga had with the United States. But bear in mind, folks, that there's no free lunch around here. Nothing no come for free. Because America knew exactly what they wanted. And Eddie Seaga wasn't willing to give it. So by 1984, 85, we fell out of grace. And as God would have it, America, the greatest country on earth, dust off Michael Manley, take him out a bush jacket, put him back in a suit and tie, invite him to Washington, pep him up, wire him up, and send him back to Jamaica. And the same knife that stuck sheep in the 1970s is the same knife they used and stick the goat in the 1980s. Eddie Seaga became the enemy of the United States and was removed and replaced by Michael Joshua Manley. What were the conditions under which Michael came in office? Michael came in office because he was willing to do what Eddie Seaga wasn't willing to do. Eddie Seaga was told that he needed to do three things. He needed to pursue a deregulated economy, a privatized economy, and a liberalized economy, and a liberalized dollar in particular. So, when Michael Manley won the election in 1989, he went to Parliament in 1991. Me a little boy, I never forget. I was a little boy, me a young youth, but my interest was in politics.
Liberalization is a must.
And he put up his left foot on the stool and drink a glass of water and said, Jamaica will move forward on three pillars: liberalization, deregulation, and privatization. You hear me? He said Jamaica will move forward on three pillars:
Capitalism.
deregulation, liberalization, and privatization. Eddie Seaga at the time was the leader of the opposition and beckoned to him and said, man, whatever you do, Michael, you can deregulate the economy, you can privatize the economy, but do not liberalize the Jamaican dollar until you have adequate net international reserve.
Correct.
But Michael Manley, being the weak leader he is, an attempt to appease who he want to appease, he went full speed ahead like the Titanic captain who was told that there was an iceberg ahead. And he liberalized the Jamaican dollar without having adequate net international reserve. And I don't know if I need to tell you what happened, but it is that single act that caused the collapse of the Jamaican economy in the 1990s.
Right.
That single act of liberalization without adequate net international reserve that caused the collapse of our economy in the 1990s. That was what gave birth to FinSAC. FinSAC was supposed to be the saving grace. But again, you're dealing with the PNP. No matter what you put in the PNP hand, they are going to destroy it. And FinSAC was supposed to be the vehicle that would have saved the day. FinSAC was designed to get all the assets that went under, assess them, negotiate with the owners, and who can get back them property, get it back and pay them money and keep the engine going. But instead, Dr. Omar Davis closed the door. Did you know that the finance minister at the time actually resigned? It was parachute them to a helicopter and fly him right into the position. Omar Davis was never a man with any financial background. Matter of fact, I think his degree is in zoology, study of animals.
Not just a chaps.
Well, if you think I'm lying, I beg for you to Google it. Go and Google what Dr. Omar Davis has his degrees in. Go
He must have it.
Don't take my word for it. I can guarantee you, though, it is not in finance.
So basically, he must have it.
Sir, I'm just saying to you, they gave the country's finances to a man who specialized in zoology. Let's leave it at that. Go and Google it. Don't take my word for it. And anything you hear, drop here, sir. You don't take my word for it. Go and verify it. So that is what happened. That single move cost us the 1990s. And at that point, the rest of the world was growing leaps and bounds, as my good friend Alan Francis would put it.
And under President Bill Clinton, America had no deficit. America took down the debt clock. Zero deficit.
Yes.
I remember they say anything America have, we catch.
Chopper, let me ask you something. You remember the known criminal that him take the Cubans in bodyguard and it was an uproar in the country? Who was
You're talking about the man who does serve pork?
Federman.
The man who does serve pork, you know, pork is like a national, you know that pork is like a national dish in Cuba?
Yes, sir.
And when you carry nasty nigger with you go, and if them on the table and say pork, they don't know if they act.
Yes, sir.
Turn over pork on table over there. How long did he live after? Never lived very long after that, though.
No. Michael team.
But that is the man. That is the metal of the man we're talking about, Joshua. But I tell you something.
Who mash up Jamaica.
He's responsible for an entire period.
Yes.
And let me tell you something, guys. It is just simply bad policies. I don't think the PNP understand how the economy works. The PNP has never made it a point of duty to educate the Jamaican people and making them understand that the economy is what really drives the engine of growth in the country. They have never had that conversation with people because the People's National Party believe that it is better for persons to remain illiterate.
True.
And if you remain illiterate, then you will be dependent on them. And the more you depend on them, is the more they can control you.
Right.
They would prefer to create initiatives that can feed the poor. They would never create initiatives to uplift the poor.
No infrastructure.
They don't want
like
to grow. They don't want to grow the middle class. A matter of fact, Michael have a history of telling the middle class that there's 5 flights a day to Miami. Choose one.
If you don't like it, the problem, chaps, is that in the 90s, the business class didn't get that choice. They never get the choice to pack up and leave.
They wish they had that choice.
They wish they had that choice.
That's why I tell you, saying come back wicked this time, because in the 1970s he told them to take a flight to Miami. But this time around in the 90s, they didn't have a chance to take a flight. He whipped them street and lane. Yes.
I tell Selena, what about Davis doctorate again, you know, cause Selena.
Well, Selena, tell me, isn't it zoology? Somebody tell me now, please.
Churchill don't say it's geology. So it's not a vet, it's a gardener.
What is his thesis done in? Please, can somebody tell me? I'm no joke.
Hey, Tapa.
Oh, Jesus.
Tapa, tell me about how PJ. He run PJ to the party and say, I will be back.
You need to go back. Wait, look here. For those I don't, who is it? Is Winner here? Because we need to find the Iran sugar deal. You think it's the 90s PJ create badness? It did bad from back in the 70s, man. Go
Iran sugar deal.
Iran sugar deal.
The shell waiver deal.
Right? Go look at the Iran sugar deal. I don't know if anybody understand what happened then.
And the shell waiver to chaps.
Well, yes, and shell waiver scandal too. With Hilton. Yes.
Those
yes.
Two. And by the way, chaps, another one that has PJ hand over it was also the Rollins land deal too, you know.
Rollins land deal, man.
Yes.
Gave away countries, I said. Yeah, you think the PNP did good for Jamaica? Look here, no. I challenge any comrade in the box, or any comrade in the chat who want to come in the box. I will challenge you that you cannot find a period in which the PNP governed Jamaica that there was success or economic development. I challenge any comrade.
Anyone, any comrade available?
Let's start from 1962.
If Omar
to 1972.
Can take me out in a truck because me don't really want to hear chopper and that brother here.
I will take on 6 of them.
Omar, you want to come up?
Yeah, man, me will come out. Me will come out too, man. Me will come out too. Go on, me listen.
Chopper, there's that you overlooking here.
Yes.
Remember, here Jamaica was literally given to Bush Road and he gave him money to run it.
All right, send me a request, Omar. Send me a request. Just request it back.
When he handed back to Jamaica, there was a debt of $52 billion that taxpayers have to write off.
He pay $1. Sell it back to Jamaica for $1.
$1. And say it was a burden off his shoulder.
Burden lifted off his shoulder. Yes, man.
Come, Omar, send a request. Omar,
tell him to carry 6 and friend them, man. You alone now can manage. I'll debate any 6 comrades that can give me a period in which the PNP governed Jamaica and it was success.
You better take over Canada.
You are the guys who caused a court like to resign, you know.
Hey, when the PNP tell you about crime, PNP can talk to us about crime. You know, hear them stop talking about crime now. Look how long we silence them on crime. They can't come to with crime.
Welcome, Omar.
Yeah.
Blessings and love. I don't understand why Jamaicans are like this. If you talk about something that they don't like, you're a PMP. And if you talk about something the JLP, this, I don't understand. I'm a Jamaican. The only politician I've ever voted for in this country is the Right Honorable Edward Siaga. None of uno no go pound power 106, but defend Edward Siaga. Me do that. Uno go pound Omalo Lifer page 2020. How much time them ban me? I defend Andrew Ones. Me and Andrew used to go school together. One who love call people PMP and because people don't agree if policy not right.
So who says that PNP, sir?
That do not invite me in the group. Look why come in PMP Omalo. Yem Omalo PMP. Listen what Omalo PMP say. Repeal of the act and repeal. And you all supposed to understand. Is when Michael Manley repeal the act of people allowing people to move their money out of Jamaica.
You're right.
That is what led to the fall.
Omalo, you are perfectly correct. Of course you're correct. You're correct.
So if you tell her that, man, because she jump up Omalo.
I am not reading the chat. I am only listening. Believe me, I wasn't even looking at the chat.
Tiago is the greatest leader.
If this is
The greatest leader ever come to Jamaica, ever live in Jamaica, and one of the greatest in the Western world. And I feel like our opportunity have died with Edward Seaga.
Listen, folks, I hate, and I've heard this before, and I've said it before. Sometimes we jump to conclusion to dub
Yes,
people.
man, I'm the top him, man.
Watch me now. I know this brother here. This brother here is one of the warriors out there on the radio station. I call the radio station sometimes, and when I go on, him just come off, or sometimes he come off and him come on.
Omalo, PNP, Omalo, PNP.
No, we know of him being a PNP.
Sorry about that.
So,
Jump on a black me out all them group, you know, if it's labor right group, me going at them black me.
no, man, that's not supposed to
man.
Omalo, not everybody is the same. Omalo, not everybody is the same, because I was over Munchi program with you already. And when she kept going and going, I wouldn't allow you to speak. I was the one that said I wanted to hear you, hear what you had to say, because the only way to teach people something is to allow people to speak. So not everybody wants to shut you up, and not everybody is calling you a PNP.
Munchi is one of my warriors.
Well, I share your word.
Munchi is a stalwart labor right. Munchi is a stalwart labor right, and we never take nothing from her. But you cannot, everybody is not going to allow you to speak.
Hold on, man. Omalo.
I'm telling you who I engage with, and I went on Munchi and explained something, and she does a blah, 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 blah.
Amalo. We're talking about the history.
We now reject her.
You can mute and make one chopper talk, please. Sorry.
Yeah, Omalo, we're talking about the 70s, the period in which the PNP wrecked this country, and we challenge the comrade them to come up and defend it. Because I'm of the view, I'm of the view that since 1962, there has not been a period that the PNP government.
You see, let me say that something. People always talk about the 60s, yeah? And they talk about the 60s. And this is what the thing where a lot of people, because you have the PNP, then we talk about. In the 60s, economic growth, but the people weren't feeling it. And this is where I come back and say, all of this started under Norman Washington Manley in the 50s, rally right over into the 60s. But nobody never talk about that the people weren't feeling it in the 50s. And I asked them, when we were building school in the 60s and building institutions, weren't the people feeling that? Or we were supposed to give them handout? What were they supposed to feel? Because the British never leave no school here. The British never leave no institutions here. These things were being built in the 60s based on the economic growth that we have. So how do the people of Jamaica feel it? Do they feel it by you just handing them something, or you build the institution so they can benefit? And they can't answer. We all know that. In come 72, one of the best fiscal space any prime minister in Jamaica can ever get. Michael Manley got it. But Michael Manley was about the Black Power movement, and it was about his own ideology and philosophy and everything. Yeah? So what he did, he run with these things, because at the time in the 60s, coming to the 70s, the Black Power movement was all about socialism coming from Africa and throughout America. And Michael Manley jump on it. You couldn't jump on these type of things in America backyard, the most powerfulest country, and control the SWIFT system, where you see them and make all these changes in a certain South America, from Chile to Honduras to Uruguay to all of these Guatemala, and move all of these socialist government. What do you think was going to happen in Jamaica? And Michael Manley see what happened to Fidel Castro in the 60s. We just coming out of colonialism with the high school education in Jamaica at that time was grade 6. How can you put up this country against America? So it was all about Michael, and we understand these things. We understand these things. It was Edward Seaga, the greatest leader, the one that gave us the pride, the self-esteem in our black people in Jamaica, that pushed our culture, reggae music, that gave us a Heroes Day where we are celebrating this month. A Imgiwe Hero, a Imgiwe Festival where we can celebrate as a people, to celebrate our history as black people. A him carry revivalists up a Jamaican house and make revivalists celebrate as the part of Christianity that was never celebrated in Christianity. Siago did these things. It is Siago who, when I went on Power 106 and them said, name some things where Siago do. I'm going to say, well, we have Petrojam because Siago negotiate with ESO. He never says he's going to nationalize it. And we get Petrojam. Yeah? We have Jam Pro. We have UDC. We have Exim Bank. We have student loan. And we just keep naming the greatest institutional builder in the Western world. That's why I'm so sometimes really upset when people try to make out Dr. Clark as the greatest financial minister in Jamaica. No financial minister in Jamaica as great as Edward Seaga, because none of them build institutions like him. And all of the institutes, it was Edward Seaga who reformed National Housing Trust and turn it into the type of the entity it is now. Because it was a lot of.
I want to ask you a question though. Why are you? To me, I don't know if it's compassion, if it's anger. Are you angry? Is it anger? Are you angry? Is it people say, oh, they're passionate about politics? Why is this in your base? Why is this heavy base?
I'm passionate about Jamaica.
Hold on, my question isn't finished yet. Hold on, baby, I'm not done yet. Are you passionate and are you wild up about this administration government now? Yes, JLP, but are you passionate about Nigel Clark and Andrew Holness, or is it just about Seaga?
I am passionate about Jamaica and the development of Jamaica, and anything that threatens the development of Jamaica, I'm going to speak out against it.
The man is 100% correct, man. Let me tell you something.
What are you angry and frustrated about?
The man is right. The man have all right.
Nothing.
He's perfectly correct. He's not angry. He's right. Let me tell you something what we fail to do, because I myself sometimes we get caught up in the excitement of what's happening today. Take nothing away from Dr. Nigel Clark. He's a genius, great guy. But let me tell you something. It is unfair to even compare. There's no leader that this country has had that can be compared to Edward Seaga. None. And we need to put Edward Seaga in a box by himself and not leave it there. So. None.
National hero.
None.
I know that.
None. Absolutely none. But you, Philippian, you have the list of institutions built by Edward Seaga. 100 and odd institutions. Most of those institutions that we inherit today and we are living off today were created by Eddie Seaga. It is Eddie Seaga who rebuilt the country in the 1980s, you know. Yes. The middle class that the PNP wiped out in the 70s. Eddie Seaga rebuilt it in the 80s. And the PNP came back again in the 90s and wiped them out.
National Housing Trust is nothing more than a 2.0 of Jamaica Mortgage Bank. Jamaica Mortgage Bank.
Yes, because Jamaica Mortgage Bank was there before NHT.
And that's what was the purpose of it. But when I told people, but hold on, Amalia, you ever listen to that discussion I had with Cliff Hughes? Took about 2 days for us to go through it. When I took the song that was done by Neville Martin, and I pull it to pieces and prove to Cliff Hughes that 90% of what the PNP claim were their initiative in that song was false, including NHT. Because I keep saying that Matalan and them, they took, there's no new initiative. As a matter of fact, the only new initiative that the PNP came with in the 70s was when Michael Manley visited Cuba and they gave him a helicopter ride and he saw those little, what you call, micro dams. And he came back to Jamaica and built a few micro dams. Jamaica use about 265 million gallons of water per day. And you ask any comrade to tell you how much water system the PNP make. None. You ask them. Ask the comrades to tell you what is the PNP's contribution to Jamaica's water consumption of 270 million gallons per day. How much them bill?
Edward Seaga was removed from government by the PSOJ in Jamaica because the PSOJ wanted one thing that they never had in the 70s. They never had the ability to move their money out of Jamaica and they want the Open Account Act to repeal so they could liberate, they could liberalize the movement of capital.
That is what liberalization did.
Okay.
That's what liberalization did, my brother. It freed up
1993,
the movement.
The Open Account Act repeal.
But
that
what
led...
I'm saying, Amalio, that was done by a single policy. Right? It was done based on liberalization. Deregulation was another one where you sell out the country's asset to private interests. They did that. And they also instituted removing regulations from everything. That's why the economy was a deregulated economy. That's why the banks were able to use people asset and take out loan for themselves, because there was no system of control and checks and balance in the bank. So deregulation, privatization, and liberalization were not the brainchild, but Michael Manley championed these things.
Because in the 80s, Edward Seaga was deregulating the economy,
Yeah, but it was done in a controlled way.
Just a minute. What Edward Seaga was doing was that he created cushion to deal with what he was going to do. He never just do things without creating the cushion to deal with it. Yeah,
let me tell you
Michael Manley never understand nothing.
When the Americans assisted us in the 1970s to kick Michael Manley's ass, part of the arrangement was for us to pursue privatization.
But was to pursue Margaret Thatcher and Reagan liberalization, neoliberal plan.
Neoliberal policy. Let me tell you something. When Edward Seaga decided that we cannot pursue those policies wholesale, we have to do it in moderation. For example, as part of privatization, it means that we would have to. A matter of fact, one of the ultimatum given to us by the IMF at the time, because the IMF was an instrument used by the United States to achieve their common goal back home.
Yeah, they were the ones that
Rockefellers. There was a committee that was put together by the United States, which saw people like Rockefeller and them came down. All the big businessmen in America came down in 1980 to 81. And their premier goal was to assist the Jamaican government, Eddie Seaga that is, in pursuing deregulation, privatization, and liberalization. A privatized economy in Jamaica would benefit the US at the time, because they would be right there with their money to soak up and mop up all the assets. They wanted us to sell every God Almighty thing that had Jamaica on it. They wanted us to sell it.
My prime minister was a state capitalist. He never did that.
Nationalization. And they wanted him also to relieve, I think it was 60,000 or 25,000 public sector workers who could have laid off. And that is when Eddie Seaga started to fall out of grace,
He said, show me where it works.
Because when he started to question the policies of the IMF, who was dictating to Eddie Seaga what they wanted him to do, and Eddie Seaga, being the genius he is, saying, you show me where that work. I can't work yourself. And Eddie Seaga refused and defied the orders of the IMF and said, we are not going to lay off our people. Just like in COVID, where we didn't lay off a single one, we're not going to lay off anybody. And we ride through the storm, and we pegged the dollar, and we held the dollar steady right up until 1989, when the PNP came in and started.
No, I'm going to be honest with you. Let me say something. I'm going to be honest with you. I really don't want to really talk too much against the labor rights, against Andrew. But I really don't like Nigel Clark policies.
Tell me which part of Nigel Clark policy you don't like.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's from 1996.
Yes.
It has transitioned into a finance capitalism, where the financial sector control all of the control in Jamaica. Yeah, where everybody now becomes a slave to the financial sector. we borrow, we do everything through the financial sector. Any living we have to live, eat, drink, and through the financial sector. That's how the economy evolved. They call it the shock doctrine. When the economy mashed down and you build it back the way how you want to build it. So 1996, the shock doctrine took place, the meltdown, and now we are operating a finance capitalism. There is no difference with what Omar Davis used to do. Different from what Nigel Clark is doing. The
Bullshit.
only difference.
Bullshit.
You ask me something. Let me point it out, and if I know so, I know so. The only difference one is doing, one used to come to the people and tax the people, which was Omar Davis. Now Nigel Clark do a thing where he set the inflation rate at a certain level, where prices rise at a certain level, where prices rise, taxes rise. And that is just no different.
I don't understand what you mean.
Taxes.
I don't understand what you mean, because just to make a comparison to Omar, if you let me tell you this, Amalia, if you equate what Dr. Davis has done and compare Nigel Clark's policies and the JLP policies to that of Dr. Omar Davis, that's blasphemy. That's blaspheming.
No. If you understand economics, you understand exactly what I'm saying.
I do understand economics, but there's no comparison there.
There are different terms in economics.
Listen,
and I don't think you understand.
Dr. Omar Davis pursued a high interest rate policy. This government set what is called a floating range, an inflation range, right?
No,
so
you fix the inflation at 4 to 6. That price is right.
You can't fix that 4 to 6. Under Omar Davis, was there a fixed range or was there a fixed rate?
But you see, he never had to do that because he was going to
ask a question, man. Was there a fixed rate?
He was going to come to the people and tax the people.
No,
he never did.
No, man. Omar, you have to answer the question.
I said
Under
no.
Omar Davis, what did we have? A fixed range or a fixed rate?
No.
You can't answer no. Is that a no answer?
Is that no answer? I never said no fixed range.
Me ask a question. There's two things. It is either you have a fixed rate, where you say the rate, the inflation rate is 5%, or you have a range. It is between 4 and 6%.
He never said none.
Who? Omar Davis?
Omar Davis. I never hear Omar Davis set a fixed rate.
What are you talking about? Omar Davis, matter of fact, Omar Davis started out with a fixed rate of fixed interest rate. And when they liberalize the dollar, you understand economics, so you know when you liberalize the dollar, what happened? When you don't have net international reserve, there's a run on the bank.
There's a run on the bank.
No, you know, because everybody know there's no regulation as to how much US dollars you can get. So people just want US dollars, and then there's a run on the banks, and there's no control. So that height, that's why the interest rate went above the roof. And there was no cap, there was no control.
Inflation. Tell me where we set the inflation rate.
But that is going to drive it.
Rate. You don't
but that's going to drive it up, my brethren. Inflation, inflation is not something that is set on local terms. You know, inflation is influenced.
You can set inflation.
Hold on a second. You can't set inflation rate. Inflation is measured and is impacted by international activities because we're not self-sustained. So we don't decide what inflation is.
Yes, we can decide the inflation.
No, we can't. Unless we are living in a vacuum, unless we are feeding ourselves, unless we don't import nothing.
No, brother, you don't understand economy.
What do you mean we don't understand economy? Unless you don't import nothing, so you're not impacted by external shocks.
No. America import almost everything we then get.
How happen?
And them keep them inflation rate at 2. I set them inflation rate at 2%.
They don't set no inflation rate. America inflation rate move up and down. Fluctuate. It's a floating inflation rate, man. Just like Jamaica.
Amado,
it's a floating rate. What are you talking about?
Go up to as much as 12%.
What are you talking about? America's inflation rate
in America went as high as 12% last year, Amado. Don't bother with that, Amado.
What are you talking about?
Understand.
If that's the case, my 401k.
How can you live in a global market and talk about check inflation rate?
The same place the whole time.
Eh? You don't
Brother,
buy oil for yourself. You don't buy
brother,
food.
you don't
Everything you have to
understand.
import. And you tell me, say, you're going to set inflation rate?
No, brother, is either you're not, is either you are trying to defend something when it makes sense, or you don't understand economics.
But, Amalia, just slow down, man. Tell me if it makes sense.
Yeah.
How can you have a set
They don't set inflation
rate of
rate.
inflation?
They set a target. They set a target. It's not inflation rate they set.
2% in America, bro.
They set a target.
The world set, every central bank set a target.
Correct.
And saying the
What is
target by
Jamaica's
what?
inflation rate today?
They set a target.
They set a target. Maintain the target by what they do inside their country.
Based on policies. But
Based
it's not
on
the
what they
inflation
do
rate
inside
them
their
set. Them set a
country.
target to meet, to
Everything is
level
fine.
out the inflation. Because
Omalo, whenever inflation get over the 6% range, what policies does the government of Jamaica change to get it back down?
Them use one policy that is one of the worst policy for the people of Jamaica.
What policy them change to get it back down?
Interest rate, the worst policy.
No. Whenever inflation get out of control, the Bank of Jamaica put money to get it back down. They don't change.
But hold on, my brethren. Let me explain something to Amalia. Amalia,
There's
the
a
only
run on the
reason,
US dollar. The Bank of Jamaica put money to quench the run on
right,
the US
and
dollar.
that slow the rate of inflation.
That helps slow the rate of inflation.
Exactly. And the only reason why the PNP could not have done that, the PNP, and Amalia, hold on a second. The PNP could not have done that in the 1990s. Why? Because when there's a demand on the US dollar, there was insufficient net international reserve. So the Bank of Jamaica did not have any money and could not cushion the effect of a sliding dollar.
But Chapa, just let me say this to you. Why are we talking to this guy when the international communities are looking at Jamaica as an example of a country?
But I don't know where him get him argument from, because the minute the man equate, let me tell you, Amalia, the minute you part company, you know.
The IMF is a criminal organization.
I am not, no, the IMF of the past. The IMF of the past had policies in there. Hold on a second, Amalia. Amalia, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Because you cannot tell me today what policy the IMF has within its mechanism now that is criminal. You could have said that about the IMF in the 1980s. Because I told you a while ago.
No,
the
Chops,
IMF,
Chops, can I say something?
1 second. I told you just now that the IMF of the 1980s was a tool that the United States used to deal and to get their way.
The same IMF. They work
to mop up assets all over the world.
Yeah.
But the IMF today, at that time, the IMF had some rigid plans in there. Today,
Yes, a
the
one-size-fits-all
IMF is different.
policy.
The
That
IMF
is
is
why
different.
IMF failed Bruce Golding, because Bruce Golding wasn't carrying out the financial economic plans. That's why they kick out Bruce Golding out of power.
But
No, you don't understand that. No, let me tell you. You know why Bruce Golding? You know what caused Bruce Golding to fail the critical IMF test, my brother? It's because, and you know why the PNP was able to carry through? The PNP was able to negotiate with the PNP unions and gave them a wage freeze, and not a single one of them ball. Right? They didn't complain, they hold strain and they follow through. While the JLP could not have the same favor with the PNP unions. They must understand the political undertone that caused Bruce Golding to come under pressure.
The real policies of the IMF, Bruce Golding couldn't pass them because Bruce Golding was a Seagoite.
No, he could have passed them.
Never was going to do what
it was
Nigel
a
Clark is
single
doing
act.
now.
Hello, it was a single act that caused Bruce Golding to fail the IMF test. One single act.
They want Bruce Golding out, man. Bruce Golding think he was
Hold on a
smart.
second. The Nurses Association made a demand on
Those
Audley Shaw, claiming. Hold on a second now. Hold on a second now.
we use those little things to make it seem like those are the things that really do it.
Hold on a second, my brother, because you're talking.
Omalo, you've gone
Listen,
far afield now, Omalo.
you're talking garbage. That's what he's talking,
All
and
right, well,
he's not
all
going to
right.
get away with it.
No,
You
hold on,
must
Chaps.
justify the rubbish you're
No,
talking.
Chaps, cool down. Just switch the
No,
subject.
it's not a matter of cool down. If he's going to say something, he must be able to defend him point.
Yeah, but the point I'm
And if he
making
can't
is,
defend him point, that's garbage.
no, but Chaps, you think my position on the IMF, and people need to see it this way, right? The IMF is a godless organization. Because the IMF never, whether now or any time in the history of the world, the IMF never called no country and say, come borrow me money. It's when country run them economy real bad in a shitty state, then them have that as a result.
And the US use it against country.
Hello?
It is based on the treaties. It is based on the treaties that we have signed, that we have given up our economic independence to these international organizations that make us run to the IMF.
What are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do?
Is Jamaica running to the IMF now?
Jamaica is in a very terrible state, bro. We're not running on the IMF. But we are what? Jamaica is in a terrible state.
When?
Omalo.
Hold on a second. Hold on. No, don't take him off, man. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Hold on. Let me ask. Hold on one second, man. Don't do that, man. Omalio, you make a statement now, and you have to justify your statement. You said Jamaica is in a terrible state. Explain to me why you said that.
If you have a growing economy, why would you want to sail in the future your taxis at the airport where you are not sure of how you are going to fill those gaps over the next 12 years? And then again, you are borrowing the money not to invest in things that are going to develop the growth of Jamaica, but you are investing it in things that is going to just be consumption right at this moment.
My dear,
hold on a second.
My dear, it is called futures. It is called futures.
But hold on a second now. Let me ask him this question now. Let me ask him this question. So Omalio, if the sale of the interest or the profit, let's call it the profit in NBJ, right? If it is that we have struck that deal and we are using the money for infrastructure development, for example, road, water, are you saying that those things don't contribute to the further growth and development of the airport? So, for example, if you borrow some money, if we take that money, $480 million US, and we take that money and we improve on our tourism sector, we improve on our road network, we improve on our water supply, which is going to boost productivity, are you saying that that is not going to trigger more activities at the airport, which will also increase the revenue coming in at the airport?
I love the way you said that. If we spend into things that are going to bring the growth to Jamaica.
But Omalio, did the finance minister not specifically said to you what the money was going to be used for? No, that's bullshit.
That's bullshit, Omalo.
That's a lie you're telling. You're talking garbage.
This man is a
PNP. Hold on a second, man. Let me ask you this. Omalio, tell us where you get that information from. Where the Minister of Finance... Hold on a second, man. Hold on a second. Omalio.
The finance minister had a $45 billion budget gap. A gap to fill in the budget.
Hello,
he never
sir, stop. I'm asking you one simple question. No. You're going all over the place. You need to stay one place. We're going to have this conversation because you're not going to leave here with no bullshit. We're asking you one simple question. Where did the finance minister told you that the $25,000 or the $20,000 that was given as tax return is coming from the $480 million in the deal that was forged the other day? Where did the finance minister tell you that? Tell us that. Where? When did he tell us that?
And while he's doing that,
Who
tell him to
can't
define
answer?
the word
Who can't
futures.
answer?
Futures. Tell him to define the term in investment futures.
When the man say I wanted to respond, I want to respond to the salient question. I want to hear the response. So
The other thing is, you know, did Omar not know that the deal that was struck by Dr. Nigel Clark has absolutely zero impact
Yes.
on the country's
Correct.
budget or the country's debt?
At
the airport, it doesn't affect the airport either. It doesn't affect the airport either.
And it doesn't affect the revenue at the airport either?
6.75%, 12 years to pay it back.
Huh? And you're saying that these things are bad economic policy? Are you out of your mind, Amalia?
Now other countries are looking at what he did to do the same thing to raise
I
money.
find this, but Marcia, I find this crazy. When a Jamaican who says he understands the economy.
Oh, please.
He understands
nothing.
Don't understand nothing.
And when he can come here and let me tell you something, man. Me like when he come in, man.
But Chaps, I said it, you know, I asked him the question, why are you so angry about Nigel Clark and this government? What is it that makes you angry? I knew something was wrong with this guy.
Yes, but he can say all he wants, you know. My argument is he must be able to defend point. Don't make him defend him point. And him can't defend me, tell you already, you know. All you have to do is to ask a comrade to give you an explanation. Or to tell you, or to give you the evidence. Just, if you can provide to me, if he was able to say to me, if he was able to say to me that the finance minister said this on the 15th of February, or last 2 weeks ago he said it, then I would have to stop. But he cannot provide any argument.
He said he's not a comrade. He said he's not a comrade.
The first thing him say when you can say the guy no know nothing is when him talk about government set inflation. Government control inflation. That's what they do. They don't set it.
Because, but hold on, when the man said we set inflation, and I ask him, how can you do that when inflation is impacted by external activities? How will you get them people from, man?
Let him respond to the question. I want to hear him respond to your question.
Omalo, unmute your mic and come back.
He might read.
Peter Bunting.
I want to hear his response to the question.
All right, he's back. Let him answer now.
All right, come back. You're going to do research. Come back.
Y'all keep talking. But I know y'all got to defend a point. And that is the reason why I said, sometimes I don't like to come and leave.
You don't want to be challenged. Look here, Amalia, it's the same difficulty you had the other day. Hey, listen, the fellow on Nationwide News had the same problem with you the other day. You remember that video? We cut it and put it out there. Because you don't listen. You don't listen.
Listen to what?
But he had to rub you out to the dirt the other day. You forget who? You forgot that exchange you had with what's the guy name? At Nationwide on the evening program. What's name?
Ricardo.
Siobhan.
No, not Ricardo.
Siobhan.
Bro.
Siobhan had to deal with the proper.
Nationwide on the ground, come tell me how much and respect me. Nationwide, that channel will sit down and listen to everything when I say. And Nationwide not play with me.
Nationwide could never listen to that bullshit where you just know.
What time it is about me.
Omalo, when did Dr. Clark tell you that 11%, $11 billion out of the money was going to the tax credit? When did he say that?
Tell us that.
The Nigel Clark have to tell on that phone and understand the $45 billion that he had.
You're talking bullshit.
Omalo, when did the finance minister told you?
You know what other people talk? Just do that, bro.
We are asking answer, man. You dance around, man. Answer the question, man.
Chopper, you know who he reminds me of? You know the greatest financer in Jamaica.
I will see you all.
Grind, man. Ask to come here grind. Yeah, ask for grind for the
I will see you all when this economy fall flat on its face. I will
go
see
back
you.
and research.
Omalo, you brief Joshua
I said it. I said it.
Boy, you labor right. Putin nasty, comrade.
Labor right.
I
And
like a check from
labor
Peter
right.
Bunting.
And
I
women
like a
reset
check
what
from
her
Peter Bunting.
futures.
Come
That's what
on.
Boy,
you
you
need to
labor
do.
right. Cut him
What
Let's see
loose.
my
We
man.
say goodbye,
See my
man.
grind. I see him a grind. I see him a grind, man.
Both him
There
a
you
labor right.
go, man. You sure you
Remember, I
breathe?
him check from Peter Bunting now.
Both him a labor right.
Boy,
Piece
labor
of
right
shit.
The man remind me of when him name there. Hyman. Same type of people. No
What's
know
an
crap.
eye, man? There you go, showing you breathe.
But look how him tricking now. Look how him tricking now. He came up here and speak highly speak highly, guys. Chaps. Chaps, listen, for a minute he had you there, darling. Because he speak highly of Thiago. And you was running with him. And I said, something is wrong.
But hold on, I still don't take away that from him. I don't take away that from him. There are several persons who love Thiago who hate
No. But he used the Thiago argument to get a platform so he can speak.
No.
Catch me.
Listen to this guy.
No, Angel, I think you have spotted him out pretty early, don't say
Yes.
But I put it in the box to say which guy graduated from Harvard with a PhD in finance and economy.
Yeah, but my question is whether he was PNP or JLP, you must have the conversation.
We have to have the conversation.
You must have it.
And you're right.
Chopper.
You're right, Chap.
Chopper,
You're right.
good,
You should
Chopper.
have the conversation. You did great, Chap. You did.
We make an ass of him. We make an
Say your
ass of
friend
him.
deal like
Exactly.
good.
Marcia. You have to do that. You have to give
Boy,
the
Chopper,
platform.
catch me. Me not tell a lie, catch me. When talk about Thiago, did catch me.
Hold on, guys. Beg on a second, please. Let me just say something. We have 250. I make an announcement that Kizzy is just making. And Mr. Hugh Richards come in, guys. Everything between here and next week, Monday, will go to benefit Mr. Meshach Willis. Right? Everything. Mr. Meshach Willis is a victim of the PNP policies of the 90s. Right. So there you go. Anything that goes to Chuck Finley here will go to Mr. Willis. Hugh Richards, the dependent listener, sir.
Will not bring you Richards on the box.
No.
I can't come down, you take him up. I can't come down.
Richards is on a shadow band.
If it's a PMP, don't bring him come. If it's a PMP, don't bring him come.
Chopper, you know party man now the same place. Me and no man who love woman now the same place. That's a party man. I'm not that.
Nathaniel, stop that. Behave yourself, Nathaniel.
No, do that.
No, me not make you do that to you, Richards.
No, don't do that to you.
I will call him all sort of things, but no, I have a reason why I will not add you, Richards.
Why not you? Tell me.
Why not? Add him, Chop, please.
Later we tell you, Chops.
No, man, but Angel won't talk to you because he write in spice of Angel video.
It's him one of them. Yes.
I can come down.
Yes, I need to
on the spice video team.
I will come down.
Yes.
You need to talk to him because he sent me a personal message to, so I need to talk to him. Bring him up.
No, man, hear what you do, Angel. You have to put up the personal message in the background.
I can come down.
You Richards, one of the guys that are growing in a splice video, them even timeless.
Yes.
What are them timeless? And one next one, a Sherman or something like so. But you, Richards, and timeless.
Yes, you, Richards.
They will take Labour video and splice it.
No, I don't put up you, man. I can ask you.
But let me say this. Put up you, please. Yes, put up you.
Nobody bring on a PNP, man.
You are not a PNP, you are comrade. You is not a PNP, name, a comrade.
Anyway,
I have a reason, like I say, I will not add you.
Chops.
Oh, sir.
I have a question to pose and anyone can understand because this is what happened. Name me one sector of the economy. Let's say we have bauxite, tourism, and we had manufacturing and so forth. Tell me something that PNP had, any sector of the economy PNP had created.
Nothing.
Buster was bauxite, right?
Hey, why you full of joking, man?
That was tourism.
Huh?
Buster bauxite, Thiago tourism.
Siaga towards them. And when they called to the call center, Siaga started that, right?
Yeah, man,
Yes.
of course.
And the manufacturing sector,
Lightburn. Robert Lightburn.
Tell me one that PNP started.
No,
I can tell you what, scamming.
Scamming.
About crash program.
Eh?
About the crash program.
Crash program is a drain on the economy. Crash program is a drain.
So no.
Cash program take from the economy, you know.
On a serious note, them have one sector they built or start nothing in.
Jeep.
Oh God.
Cash plus.
No, because the young boy them say Peter Bunting.
But another thing I noticed, I say, chaps, correct me if I'm wrong. I noticed PNP talking about economy now and economy and NIR and reserve. One time that was never the talking point, you know. Since when they start talking like that?
Since Andrew tell them say it can yam. Once you go to them belly, they love it, you know. When Andrew tell them say it can yam.
No, on a serious note, because I know as a fact, even PNP, they were embarrassed to talk about the private sector. They were very embarrassed to talk about stuff like that. GDP, they would never talk that, none at all in the history of the country. So recently I've been listening to them, they're talking about, like there are some economists and talking about all, they're taking up the labor talking point. It is really funny.
That is it. Since Andrew tell them say economy can't, remember I know, I said it's common sense. PNP and them supporters equate everything to them belly. So Andrew tell them the other day say economy can't yam. Find that then we stop talking about it.
Chuck, that's so true, Chuck. That is so true.
Yes. I love it.
Remember, guys, yesterday, a PNP supporter was on a platform and he was saying that slavery was better than now because during slavery, food was free. That is the thinking of PNP. He said during slavery, food is free.
Hands out, man. Love hands out.
Hands out, them belly.
Yes.
That's why they tell us a road can't eat. New police station can't eat.
A hospital can't eat.
A hospital can't eat. Everything is to them belly. So then tell us that slavery was good because the slave master used to give them food. That's why Mark Golden come back now and promise to extend part. Give them some more food. Yes, Bloom, see him so. But these people and people again, I am not telling a lie on these people, you know. In fact, the people them say slavery was good because food did free. That is the thing.
Right? Get shocked. I don't believe you.
Why? Hey, sorry,
it's about the belly, right?
Screen record, I know. Esmuda have it.
But guys, can you imagine that? Just listen. Just take a step.
Come me people. Anything you say, now go to me, Shaq Willis. Help him out.
Slavery was good because
the food was free.
Oh my
God.
God.
You have to back you up on that. So, me hear them over read with it.
Thank you, sir. Me glad excellent did it.
Excellent to hear it too.
All right.
My God.
Man say slavery was good because the food was free.
Wow.
Yeah, them over radio all this morning for one piece of thing over there for the private.
So that is the mindset where we are deal with. That are the mindset where we have a deal with.
Which one of them says so?
Me sorry, me never catch in name, man.
You feel like said the fat man.
No, I never the fat man. I never hit. But it's a Rasta man too, you know. And that's the fun, it was a Rasta man.
Well, I think your name most honorable you. So I call yourself.
Hey,
Chuck. Yes.
Oh my
God.
Chuck.
I was there too. I was there.
Good night, guys.
Good night,
There was
kid.
a lady. There was a lady on Chopper's Live this morning. Her name is Fluffy. She's a teacher. She was speaking this morning on Chopper's Live, and the live got cut because Chopper went away. And we were hoping to get her back in the box if she's available, because I see person saying she's on the live.
She's
Miss,
here
if you're
now.
on the live, please come and finish what you were saying this morning, because a lot of persons were
Yeah,
very
man.
tuned in and we found it so interesting and wanted to hear you as a
Fluffy's
teacher.
here. Just send us a request if you're here.
So if you're here, please just write something in the comments so we give you a box. Please, Miss Fluffy, come up, come talk to me.
Yeah, man. I think they came up and was talking about her earlier. Forgetting, yes. Okay, Fluffy, let me give you a follow. Now you can send us a request. Well, let me find her empty box.
I will jump the box so she can come up. I want to hear her.
All right, Kizzy, thanks.
And another quick point, chops, you see? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, man, we are hear you.
Another quick point. I don't know if you guys ever check this, right? And this is a serious thing. Like, if you compare Jamaica to all the English-speaking Caribbean island, right? The Bahamas, which are the Angola, Barbados, Trinidad, Grand Cayman, right? Jamaica, in terms of salary, everything way below these countries. And yet still, before Michael took over, we were way ahead of these countries.
Way ahead.
So that is something to think about it. I think the average salary in the Bahamas right now is about $31,000 per year, compared to our 9,000. So the country regressed significantly under the PNP.
Under the two PNP period, the 70s and the 90s.
The 70s and the 90s, yes. Technically, they get 2 chances, and the 2 times they fail.
The 2 times they fail. One time, in the 70s, they cost us 25% of our GDP, and in the 90s, they cost us 40%.
But that is the problem. And if you add up all them negative growth for the entire amount of years they had, I did it once, they end up with double-digit negative.
Double-digit, here you go. Good afternoon, Fluffy. Good night. Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome back. I was told you have a lot of fans who have been looking for you since morning.
Well, I'm learning that now.
Yes. People have been coming here looking for Fluffy, so it's good to have you back. So you were telling us about this morning.
Yes, this morning the live ended while I was talking about my teaching experience.
All right, you can continue now.
Most of my years they were spent under the PNP. And when I compare, and I know others who are able to do so, I remember the anguish, the pain, the suffering when we as teachers, we had to sign the wage freeze. We had to pay the wage freeze. Truly, in those days, you would know us by the apparels we wear. Especially those of my colleagues who didn't understand this. I did home economics for my diploma, and I learned certain things during that time. Whenever you're ironing your clothes, do not iron your clothes on the right side.
Yes, I remember those.
If you iron your clothes on the right side, then very soon they will look very dilapidated.
Very shiny and glassy.
Yes, and washed out and all of that, ironed out. But I learned very early, perhaps that is why I escaped that look. Because in home economics, we were taught to iron our clothes on the wrong side. And then when you iron it on the wrong side, it looks new for as long as ever. Let me tell you something. In those days, shoes without tip, are we that? Teachers walking in a town, you could hear us from a mile. Come, 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 come. Make we talk it truth, man. Wash out clothes, and you can see some of us, we not even use the right color thread for sew up when they pull out. How many times have we sew it up back? And we did have one bag when that sell that time. We make from the plastic straw them. Not plastic straw that you drink out of, this fine straw. I don't know if anybody remember those little shopping bags. Every teacher did have to hold one of that to put in the lesson plan book and so forth. So we had a look that nobody else wanted to have. We were mocked and we were jeered. I remember when we signed one of the time, the then government, the PNP government, raised their own salary by, I think it was either 100 or 200 or 4%. So when people are talking over the amount of money that government salary has been raised by, it's nothing new. And I've never seen the JLP go on ahead to raise their salary and ask teachers to take a wage freeze. As a matter of fact, let me tell you something. JLP don't have that luck in this country. I notice there are a lot of us who will take the crap from the PNP. And no matter how much the JLP is trying, we'll never say give them a chance. And I heard a man on a live talking about say, it is because of the honesty of the PNP government why the teachers took the wage freeze and were willing to take it. We were mad with the government after the wage freeze because after it ended, Peter Phillips, I always try to talk like him when he said this. Yes, the wage freeze has ended, but I hope that the teachers know that the government don't have the money right now to give them the kind of raise that they would want and all of that. From I have been receiving a little raise under the PNP. It is always no more than 5%. Me no remember double digit raise under PNP. 5%, 7%. And if a 5, you get 3 in 1 year, 2 in the other year. If a 7, you get 4 in 1 year, 3 in 1 year. Master, let me tell you something. When the JLP came and when Audley Shaw promised to bring the public sector workers' salary up to 80%
80% of the public sector, yes.
Of the private sector rate. And that's how we get with deliverance. When I got my salary, and I looked at it, I said to the secretary at the office, I hope they know what they are doing because me not have the money to pay back hardly if a mistake he make.
Lord.
I had to sit down and read thoroughly through my pay slip because of the magnitude of the raise, the great change that I see. Monted never mean anything to any of us. We didn't know what to do with what the PNP was giving us. And those of us who did fast and even go take people house, NHD and whatever, struggles. Teachers had children at home who could go to university and couldn't send them because of the struggles at that time. And not to mention the struggle to get the student loan. Right? So when people talking garbage, my granny would have said, when father talk, you lock your ears. You see, even the last strike the other day, I did not take part in that strike. And when they asked me, I said, you know what? I can't. I am still being grateful for what the JLP did in terms of raising my salary. And I'm still grateful that we went through a pandemic and I stayed at home, I taught from home, and every month throughout the pandemic, my salary went to my account still. I was not asked to take a pay cut. I was not laid off or anything like that. So I have to come out and teach the nation's children. And I appreciate what the JLP has done. Look here, Chuck and Chopper, talk your truth. First time, when you go in a schoolyard, you see one old car parker, you know a fee principal, not true?
Principal that alone, yes.
And maybe before a vice principal retire, a vice principal will have something park up there to maybe.
Yes.
Now, when you go to schools, we are an ungrateful set of people in the nation. When you go to schools and when you look in the parking lot, you not even know which one of the principal, except they mark each spot. Some institutions will mark the spot where the principal must park and the vice principal must park.
But
all of them are vehicle, and then you don't dilapidated clothes anymore. And them own she now. Them can go out twinning, tripleting, quadrupleting, you name it. We mustn't be ungrateful.
But Fluffy, let me ask this. Is it that the teachers themselves are the ones being ungrateful, or is it that the Jamaica Teachers Association are leading them in that direction?
Well, that too. That too, because I tell you one thing that I see, because I am teaching from 1996. You see, JTA, don't make them fool with us. Politics don't affect what them do. You know what kept those teachers down to those weird trees and memorandum of understanding and everything? Who the PNP put there. And when they accomplish, and I say that without any water in my mouth, when they accomplish what they put them there to do, they just give them a school. They give them a nice vehicle and they give them a school that they want to run. One of them school where gravy nice and the meat nice. You see, and up until now, the PNP has been holding on to the neck of JTA. Sometimes I quarrel and say, better than stop taking money. Better that union stop throwing the money.
Fluffy, I remember an incident back in, I think it was 2016 or 17, when the government was negotiating the 4 years of back pay from the wage freeze.
Yes.
And they said we are gonna pay 50% this year and 50% the other year. And the JTA on their own refused the offer. But they did not bring it to the teachers themselves. They refused it. And it was when the offer was leaked and the teachers themselves was aware of it that they put pressure on the JTA and said, no, you have to take it.
Yes.
So, JTA has been a
at that time it was my nice fluffy friend there. What's her name again? She was the president.
Yes.
And the same teachers turned on her. Got angry and turned on her that she ball. Because she couldn't believe those were the teachers that she was so-called defending. When the teachers wanted an end to it and to get what they should get. Moreover, as you said that, Chuck, do we remember that years upon years of money was owed to us? And it's the JLP that came in and paid off all of that was owed to us by the PNP?
Yes.
All PNP used to come and meet and come do a green teeth and say, oh, my mother was a teacher. Oh, my auntie was a teacher. My brother too. and go out there antics and nothing.
And the running creates are Maxine Henry Wilson. Right? And the running creates are Maxine Henry Wilson. Nothing was done to benefit the teachers.
When people attack, me get brave. I am new to all of these lives and everything, you know. But let me tell you something. I just developed some gravity because somebody has to speak out. Somebody has to speak the truth.
Thank you. It is good to hear people from India speaking, because when they out here, we tell them that the teachers are far better off today. The nurses are far better off today. The security forces. Yes, Shika, go ahead.
I just want Fluffy to talk about the current raise, what they got the other day, what was it like, and such like.
I'm wondering. Well, mind you, I'm not saying. Let me say this before I even answer that. I don't know anywhere in the world where the masses can say that my salary can do everything.
Nowhere.
There's always going to be a void. There's always going to be a place where you can say, I believe that I could have been I could have been doing well with a little more. Everywhere in our world, and from your born until now, I saw it set.
I saw it there.
You see, I don't have figures now to give you, my dear. Another time, I would like prepare myself. Like to give you the figures. But it was a substantial raise. Somehow we need to talk the truth. Somehow we need to talk the truth. Say, we walk and trust people sitting. We walk and borrow 50 million loan. Even sometimes when we don't need to, because God knows there are persons that have to be trying for ends to meet, and children going to university and all of that. And I would like for what? Me not tell the lie, but I like for my salary turn up like the teachers of Germany. Like when the Prime Minister of Germany say, teachers teach everybody. But until now, the reality is it takes time for things to reach the place. And guess what? Somebody has to pay the price. Somebody paid the price for you and I to be standing on their shoulders. Somebody paid. Look back as far as slavery. Somebody died. Blood run, sweat, tears. So every step of the way, it's like you're stacking blocks or you're building. Somebody have to pay the price for something to be better. And those who do so may not even reap it. But those to come will reap it. But how many of us are so patriotic?
As them say, somebody has to plant the tree so you can stand in the shade.
But mind you, because we have the government want to look at, we can't look at ours.
There you go.
But we can't look at ours because the food in our government plate nothing. So them always go and look over there. So. And them don't understand even the matrix of that. How long the government has not received a raise, blah, 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 blah. Because to tell you the truth, we did start quarrel bad. But we not really heard the facts surrounding it. And concerning it, that you know.
Right, Fluffy, I tell you, as I said, these are the things we speak about regular when I tell people that, listen, do not follow the people you hear and make noise. I encourage people. We over here encourage people, say, do the research, find out what is facts and what is fiction. I tell you, I know for a fact, Fluffy, that whenever you look at the teachers' parking lot nowadays, it is full with new vehicles. That is a far upgrade from what used to be. Right? I know now.
And only put them right in the trunk of the new vehicle there, the little business I go on to.
I go on same way.
But you know what? The other thing is, we go into the classroom and we encourage the children to be multi-talented and multifaceted. So what about us? What about us?
She leading by
I
example.
can bake. I can bake. So if I can bake, I'm gonna sit down all day ball about my salary in a teaching. And I know that teaching is toxic because if you're not mind sharp, it consumes you. But you have to get up and say, well, this is it. I have to multitask because ends have to meet, so I have to do so. One salary, if the one salary not bringing it, find ways, man. And there are so many easy ways these days. Easier ways of earning.
Well, the Prime Minister himself has showed us one, invest your money wisely and you will reap benefit.
Exactly.
Invest wisely.
Prefer bad minded.
Yeah, Miss Fluffy, that's...
Go on, comments.
Miss Fluffy, thanks for that information, because what is so interesting what you just said, because I looked at the salary and I realized that the teachers, they got significant increases. Now, when you talk, I spoke to a couple of teachers, and these, I would say they are so wicked, or I don't know if it's they're brainwashed by the whatever. But anyway, they all have this bad story. They line, but they only get 20%. It's not even 20%. And none of them will never give you a good report as to what you're stating here. And it is so sad and they are so dishonest, you know. As a matter of fact, there's one teacher I spoke to. He teaches some school in Linstead. And I said to her, you got a nice increase. She keep denying it. And what do you think happened? The amount of stuff that she told me she did, you realize she got money. Then I said to her, thank God for the JLP government, they got a good increase. She said, I said, I jokingly said, I hope I vote JLP the next election because they gave a nice fat increase. They can do so much. He said, no. So I said, what, they're going to vote PNP? She said, yes. So I said, 1 second. So when PNP, not going to give you a raise, so you need to vote JLP so you can get raised. Because she don't really care, you know, because she will she will vote PNP and wait until take the salary freeze again rather than voting JLP. So I said, boy, no, me know nonsense.
That mindset.
Good night, Miss Fluffy. I want to say thank you so much for your service and for sticking with the youths of Jamaica since 1994, did you say?
1996.
1996. So that is what, basically 27, almost 28 years, almost 30 years you dedicate your service to Jamaica. And I have to say, my hats off to you and thank you very much for overcoming that fear of speaking out and joining us and giving us some insight. Because my thing is this, a lot of persons pretending as if the 90s, the 2000s under the PNP was glorious years and everything was booming and private sector and public sector and government workers were so happy. And all the bad things started since 2016. So I just want to thank you so much to come and talk about Peter Phillips and how he spoke to the teachers and tell them, and now the JTA aided them and allowed them to get off scotch-free with the wage freezes without any complaints.
Yes.
I don't know what is wrong with the mindset, and this is why some of the times when I get really rude and disrespectful to the teachers who come online, because, and it's not because I want to, but it's because they who should know better, who are molding the minds of young Jamaicans, come on platforms and say nothing. They just pretend I don't get it, right? And this morning earlier when you were speaking about the migrating of teachers and them going abroad and pretending like it is a bed of roses, and how many of them coming back because it is not what they were sold. So so I was really waiting on you to come on. So I'm just grateful. So thank you very much for being honest and for being a true Jamaican, because this is not even about politics. It's not even about politics. It's just the raw facts as they are. So thank you very much.
True, cause if I stayed it out when it was bad, and now it's better, I'm staying. And I am looking forward to next year's negotiation. That is what I know. Because nobody can tell me that it is worse now. Nothing like that.
5% at $10 is different from 5% at $20. And now you're going to the market with $20. Right.
Well, Chuck, what I heard earlier on a live, they come with them say in a 2016, $6,000 as minimum wage did better than 15,000 now because high inflation and the amount the money. That's what the comrade then say. You can hear them this evening pan it.
Kizzy, me say one of them so sleep.
Comrades can talk. Every year, some years ago, going to Florida and on holiday, my sister would leave $50 or $70. Like when the grocery go down, and say top up the grocery, and we push that out of Publix or Walmart or those places with things flowing over off the top. Any one of you will travel, go now into Publix, Walmart, Winn-Dixie, you name them abroad in America. My family know when we talk on the phone. He's talking when that young man was talking all that bull about inflation and control, whatever, and whatever. Every time we talk, you hear them talking, oh, food prices escalating in America and whatever. Yeah, so it's not unique to certain things are not unique to Jamaica. When I used to go into this store called Ross with $100 US, and me come from a big family, so and when me stretch that the $100 like elastic band and try make every picnic in a yard, everybody get a suit of clothes or something. Make me go in a Ross now with $100 and see if the most me come out with no 2 pieces.
Yeah, I live in Florida, right? And I go to the supermarket with $100, pick up full liquor item. I'm have to put back some.
All right.
Put back. And you don't carry a big bag. The liquor bag you're coming out with. When you go to Ross now, Ross was cheap. You can't go to Ross. If you carry $200 go to Ross and buy, you have to know where you pick up.
All right.
It's very hard.
Sometimes when there is a shopping for me, they will call me on the phone and do video call and whatever. And we have it as joke. You say, man, Ross and Ross like before.
No.
Or son, it's everywhere. It's worldwide. What I can't understand, the other day when the news about Nigel Clark and the IMF, the PNP said their statement was, where are we going to find somebody to fill Nigel Clark's shoes? Because they know deep within their hearts that the man has been doing a magnificent work.
Wonderful job.
They said it themselves. Who are we going to find to fill his space? And now that man come on this live this evening talking crap.
Thank you.
Bad mind.
Very active.
And 18 plus years and they could not make it better. They could not make it better.
All right, so
Blacker.
Yeah. Well, good evening.
Good evening, Blacker.
So, all right, my thing is, I was born in the 80s, so you know most of my years growing up, I grew up with PNP around the country, right? I can remember when I get $1 US, it could barely buy a sweetie. Back then. Them long time. Until $1 US.
Now remember, I know Blacker, back in the 80s, people used to have $100 US put up tape up in them house as souvenir.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. $100 bill US used to tape up in a people's house as souvenir. People don't have to spend them when they get them.
Exactly. And then when Mr. Patterson start around the country now, Me think Mr. Pattis around the country right down. Me think the best time, the best the US ever stabilized in other country was when Mr. Bruce Golding winning in 2007.
That's when stability returned.
Exactly. So for me personally, I was raised up under the PNP. Me born at St. Thomas. When me just I grew up and thing, it have tobacco factory here. It have Goodyear factory.
Eastern Banana Estate was there.
Goodyear factory. Cane.
Yes.
No, we don't have nothing. Literally, even Sir Jailan we'd have lost.
Good, thank you.
Separate, buy it out and lock it down.
The forgotten parish is what it got the name under PNP blocker.
Exactly.
And now, finally, some life is being returned to St. Thomas.
Boy, can I tell you, we're getting the road fixed. We're getting a big plaza opening in process to open as soon as it's finished.
A brand new town center.
Exactly. And you see where I can say I see where the jail under the leadership of Mr. Willis is doing great job. And honestly, I think say I don't see which part the PNP deserve a term. I don't see them have a leader. I think the best person them have in them whole cabinet are Damien. That's my opinion though.
And them not like him?
And them not like him. I think he should have if them did probably make him the leader, they would probably have a chance. But I don't see which part them have a chance right now.
Damien have no chance either.
And them not like him. You know.
Well, I understand they don't have a chance either, but I say I'm the best person I have right now who could really represent them. Because at least him have the provision.
Right. No, Shana, Damien now go switch.
Damien have vision. Damien have ideas. Damien have
good ideas.
But Damien don't know how to. Damien don't even know how to explain his own ideas and how to implement them. And I want to tell you something what I realized lately. Because everything that the government come out, Damien run out and say it was his idea. But if you Google it and look, if you're a person who up to date on world affairs and current affairs in many other countries, a lot of the ideas that Damien put forward like is his, they are coming out of other countries. There are things that are already happening in other countries. So it's not his ideas, so to speak. He might bring it to the Jamaican public who are not aware of what is happening in other countries. And mind you, me not say Damien no have some sense, but Damien is also a fool. In chat too much.
I'm sleeping at the Senate. Every time you watch him, in there are sleeping at the Senate.
Dr. Damien is a confused labor right.
I always say in talking so much till in talk pure nonsense.
Lisa was confused.
She works. She works.
Right, but the fact is, the black guy is correct. There's no way on earth the PNP as it is should even have the moral authority to open their mouth. But them have lots of people who just don't know that is running behind them.
You see, that's why I think when we think they need to get rid of, what Jamaica needs to get rid of is this partyism. Because, all right, if you ask a PNP, a person that say they are PNP, what as the government, as their party has done within this past near future, in the past, right? They will not tell you about Michael Manley. They can't tell you what PJ do, what Portia did. Everybody that I know that is still PNP is saying what Michael Manley did. They can't say anything their previous leader did.
The PNP supporters don't know what they're supporting. Because if you stop any comrade right now on the road, any random comrade and ask them about the People's National Party and why they support the People's National Party, they cannot put forward a good reason. So they might run behind people PNP. They don't know what they must support.
And to be honest with you, somebody
they have no idea.
Somebody mentioned it earlier to say how they have this argument going around to say they had let's say $1,000 in, let's say 2015, and how much they could buy with it, and now the same $1,000 they can't buy. That is the most stupidest argument I've ever heard, because that was 2015. This is 2024. How can you make the argument to say you're going to have the same buying power when the world has evolved? In 2015, we used to drive what? Lada? A Lada when something that did in the 80s. No Lada was
Yeah, in
and
the 80s, you have
Cartina.
Lada and Fiat.
And Cartina. Cartina. Lada, we used to call it in a Montego Bay. I never the same in a Kingston.
Man, we are coming from Murray Saxford, man.
No. I'm talking of the 80s, 90s.
We know what we are telling you where we are come from.
Lada, we used to call it Life and Death Association. We don't drive a Lada car.
Yes.
Life, because them always a crash.
Yes, I remember that, Master.
Yes, and what I'm saying is that we used to drive Lada back then. Cartina car was the most expensive car then, Toyota Cartina. Now we are driving. Benz is nothing. Prada is nothing to us. Hero is nothing to us. And you're going to tell me the same buying power you had in 2015 or 2020 going to be the same at 2024? That is so stupid. Right? Not only that, the minimum wage, what these people were arguing about economics and minimum wage, the minimum wage are mostly small business who pay minimum wage. Most of the bigger industries, they pay a little bit above the minimum wage because most of those people are more qualified. You'll find most of those people, either they're in that job for a long time or they're more qualified. Most of the small businesses are the one who pays minimum wage and wages, and those are the business in Jamaica. We are far more than the larger business and firms. So if you're gonna be raising it above 15,000, it's gonna cause a domino effect where you're gonna have to lay off people. You're gonna lay off people. You're gonna have less production now.
Master, that's why I would say it over and over that the People's National Party are good at what I call tugging at the heartstrings of people. To tell them, say,
Right.
15,000, $6,000 better than 15, and people believe.
You know, we have a guy. We have a festival where I live up here, annual festival, and I'm in the Jamaican Caribbean. I was talking about it. And we have a guy that we hire from Ocho Rios, a limbo dancer. We pay the guy fare. We send the letter for him to go to the Canadian consulate. We pay the guy fare, plane fare, round trip. We also include 2 meals per day. Where he goes at the center, he can get a second meal, which is lunch free if he go there at lunchtime because that's where they cook. We pay his insurance. We have to get insurance because he's not, he's a visitor. And based on where they carry him in, we have to get the insurance. We have to get the work permit. We put him up in a hotel, right? And we're giving the guy 1,500 Canadian for 7 days. 7 days. Plus, he stays for 2 weeks. We allow him to go, and there's another guy that goes around, you know, these little clubs and pay steel band. He go there and perform. That is extra money for him. Nothing, no tax or nothing. The guy went and hired an agency and then tell us to deal with the agency. When we call the agency, they're telling us they want $10,000 plus all accommodation. So we said to him, hell no, have a nice day. Right now, he didn't come last year, the year before. Right now, he's calling us back to say, you know, he'd love to get back the gig. And you see what greed caused. He was getting, if you get 1,500 Canadian, that's approximately 200,000 Jamaican for 1 week. Which hotel?
1 week of work.
Which hotel in Jamaica gonna pay him $200,000 for the week?
Not one single one.
Not
Just 7 nights. And by the way,
to the topic of minimum wage, Miss Marcy and others, I am asking who, because you just said minimum wage is like there's, you know, nobody now pay minimum wage in Jamaica, not even supermarkets.
Exactly,
Not even the youth them way, not even the youth them way a pack bag. Now pay minimum wage, and I can tell you something about them youth the way a pack bag. You see the youth them way a pack bag at the cashier. they are earning a lot of money because when they help you carry out your load to your car, your taxi, you will give them $1,500. You give them earn them lunch money every day. There is
So
nobody.
when
The
them talk
girls them
about
who
say
work as bartenders, the bartenders them are earn $20,000 a week, $25,000 a
when them
week,
talk about
a
raise the minimum
fortnight.
wage over, it is the stupidest thing without reasoning it
Nobody, I
out.
don't know nobody who is earning
My
minimum
God.
wage. Check mothers, check all of the fast food company, they are not paying minimum wage.
You know, and these people, as you rightly
Everybody
said,
get money.
they tug at the heart
Tug at the heartstrings of the people.
of the people them. They do, and this is their playbook. If you notice it, everything.
Listen, Marcel, you see that as Chuck said, they tug at the heart of people who are not informed, because you look at it, a People's National Party supporter cannot come up against facts and information, or somebody who is schooled and is full of the information. So they use emotions to tug at the heart of people. And on top of that, because Jamaica is a quote-unquote poor country, and for years we have grappled with slow growth and negligible growth and poverty and crime. They use those issues as political football to get people to create this doom and gloom situation. I give you an example. When after burial, what year, and tomato raise, then start jumping at that and say, oh, it's a government fault. Exactly. Right? And that kind of argument they can peddle, they can put forward that kind of waste argument to persons who are not schooled in basic economics, or persons who are not informed. You get me? So that the PNP supporters and bloggers should be glad for spaces like TikTok, because this is the only space they can come with that kind of rubbish. Had it been somewhere else, they would have been laughed out of the room. You get me? So they're grateful for TikTok, and only per year they can come with the foolishness.
Look at the amount of social intervention that the government has put in place for the same people where they say not going for them. Look at the amount of social interventions.
Exactly, Miss Marcy. I was just about to say, even if there's a person, for example, say there's a single mother with 3 children who is earning, maybe she doing some like a little part-time job as a housekeeper, for example, right? She may be doing little odd jobs, so she's earning a little money by doing odd jobs, but her 3 children are on path. Exactly. And if you know how much she's collecting for those 3 children, remember me tell her she don't necessarily need to do no full-time work. She can stay home and take care of her kids on her little odd jobs. And their kids on path.
Part of North America is called welfare. Part in North America is the same welfare system over here.
Welfare. Right.
When you get money according to the amount of kids you have and how old they are.
But guys, PNP used to welfare, then used to get handouts, but then got
no man, no. PNP give a free money just like that without nothing. And this is what we're bankrupt country, we're crash economy because the country is low productivity.
That's what I mean. They used to get the handout. They don't work for it.
Right? The government now said, listen to me, they go school, you pick them free. Right? Even if they're on part, they go school them free for you. So they're not supposed to come back.
I'm going to jump the box and allow, I think it's DJ Chromas who want to come up. So Chuck or whomever bring up persons.
Give them my one.
And then this stupid guy came on, said he's an economist and doesn't know what is called a future. Doesn't know this is what Nigel came up with.
There is no economist.
Come on.
You have a personal vendetta against the party.
Is a man like acting right, man.
All of them also feel like they can run government better than the government. Yeah?
Listen to this. Other countries are looking at what the guy just did, what Dr. Clark just did, and said, but by the way, we can do that too.
Yes.
We can do that. Nobody ever thought of using their airport. Like I said, one other country came up with it, was in Ghana. And theirs failed because the people them take the money and keep the money. In here, they tell us what we're going to do with the money. Other countries now are looking to say this is how we can generate money in our economy without a high interest rate. 6.75% in 12 years.
Miss Marcia, I am a teacher. I know certain things when I hear it. The young man, when name Ramada?
Tomorrow.
Whatever him name, look here. Some of their names are out for spraying for me tongue these days. Him never sound too as if him a repeat something where somebody was telling him or somebody told him.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna look for some information.
That's what I got from his arguments, you know. What he was saying was nothing that he knew. He was merely reciting.
Yeah, man.
He was merely reciting some information that he got along the way, or somebody was giving him or showing him to say. He wasn't for real. I was here listening to him.
Yeah, man.
And then this
you have those who are the puppets, you know.
This guy gonna come and question.
You have those who are the PNP puppets.
Come and question. Somebody the IMF stole from us. Gonna come and question somebody and said how Peter Phillips did the same thing. Well, why didn't it work under Peter Phillips' hand then? If this is what Peter Phillips did, why did it not work?
Peter Phillips did no such thing.
Peter Phillips couldn't check $10 and $100 much more.
Thank you. Peter Phillips could explain his own tax policy.
I tell you.
Peter Phillips, thank you. Peter Phillips could not explain his own tax policy.
They were a big man.
You understand?
5 times.
All right, blessed evening, peoples.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, I can say I look at one thing or two things. You know, I'm not stay long in the box more time. I just listen most of the time. All right, good evening, everyone. Fluffy, trust me. Well, boy, I come back upon a live with it before, and I second time on this mirror upon a live, and I respect you. Thank you for everything what you do. You're a great teacher and talking the truth. Yeah, okay. So bless up. Excellent. My boy say I'm good enough. I get him sweet tips. He say I'm good, but he might do some late work, you know.
In company me live last night.
Okay, all right. Say all right.
Is them all come on tonight?
Kids, bless up yourself, beautiful. All right, you say you want to talk to me, so you have to link me after here. All right. What may I say now? Where they say, back to the little argument that about the vehicle, the long time there. You know, in the 80s, the lad I dog around the place, lad I come up to the 90s with the PNP, PNP time, lad again.
Yeah, so where I come from, the thing advanced, where I come from.
Yes, because you married Oxford, at Spring Cambridge, if you left out that one day, because it looks similar.
Yeah.
On the backlight have a difference. Look at the backlight have a different shape.
Alright.
I think Cambridge and Morris Oxford. Yeah, I remember the time I youth, man. And I did my 19. Mr. Churchill. Yeah. So I agree with everything when I say, I just take in everything when I say, I don't know the people, they don't have no plan for Jamaica. You don't know anything already. I want to say, peer propaganda as usual. You see it? Yeah, man. I really have much for still, because I just do want to come bless up the place and speak, and I'm going to hear my voice still, because a long time, not to come by live, because you're on the work thing.
Thanks for the past through.
You know what I'm there, man. Chuck, you know what I mean? Notice?
Yeah.
I left Jamaica in 1990. The first time I come back in 1995. When me come back to Jamaica, everybody knows I'm a foreigner. When I come back partly every year, I watch everything I go by. Now I come to Jamaica, me can't tell who a foreigner from who and a foreigner.
Thank you.
Because everybody look good, brother.
I saw you go for true, man. Right now, and I like one time, and everybody, right now, I tell everybody looks same. I tell people that right now, and not even that neither. You can't even know country people different from town people neither.
Nobody again, Virgin.
Everybody up and set up and look nice. You see, man, that's the thing there right now. No foreigner can't go show up on a youth. No foreigner, when they use this damn thing, they can't see the difference. So right now, some man come a foreigner, my virgin come from a foreigner, I'll see me more time and say, boy, you look fresh and look good, you're just nice. And whatsoever, you must say, boy, look better like a me live a foreign instead of him.
No, but so one time when I come to Jamaica, I have to foot every bill. And I can come to Jamaica and I'm going to tell me, no man, keep your money, man. I pay that around here.
Yeah, man, and I say it for government natural, but that's why I want Jamaica reach a stage when we are leave Jamaica, we are travel like tourists. That means our economics good and whatever. That means that we not left Jamaica just through economics problem or whatever, struggling and them thing there. And that's what we want to always continue, brother, on our levels here. Jamaica we say first. And that's what we want to reach, my brother. So anytime we are leave, we just have visit some place to want know this and know this and whatever. Come back we yard. And that's what I reach.
We must start the tourist commerce.
Where's the Chuck?
We must start the tourists.
Yeah. Yes, man. I read that about me now, that for my daughter, they want my grandpeople now, we are coming and think that I defend right now.
Thank you.
Defend right now.
You know,
me right now.
Me feel some of their country and me come a Sanza town and we have a 20 car load away. I left from country come a town. There's a traffic jam all a country now. You have a vehicle with the
and less time when in the highway, toll road, everything that you know. More money can make more people move quicker and faster. Yes, miss. Back and forth from Montego be quicker and fast. Westmoreland same way. Yes, because highway up there, highway there, they new road there, build and the sparks, so I can kick off, you know, for fix, you know.
You know, I notice again, too. One time we used to run a thing called boat. My man run boat again, everybody buy food, restaurant everywhere. Country, town, everywhere, restaurant.
I just know if I like you come down, you know, and a couple of link up, I say, you know, so I just cook some food. We have to just do that of our own, you know, but the man already run boat like that, like one time.
That's true, I talk, so when we come down there, we say we cook a pot, because we want something different to eat, or we cook a pot. Everybody has
moderator so we can kick out the boy at teeth.
Yeah, man.
You can make me a moderator so we can kick out the boy in Fulton Wireless teeth.
That chopper, you're no moderator. Who tell you that you're no moderator?
So we can't block it, John Crow.
Hold on. Let me think.
Go on, great chops, so you're dealing. Bless up, my brother.
Yeah? So since that, let me fire you. I may listen to the red shirt man and he fellow come drugs them.
You mean the fat man?
Yeah, fat man, red shirt. And fat man say, fat man a boss basically, then say every time they come, fat man say nobody no block him. Anytime he come through nobody live, everybody invite him in a them box, they no block him. The other one them must say them get black as them fly through. Then how they can distract we. As then we did a good pan a good topic and then just come in and can distract me. So me I tell you now, that is how they go to work. So no please, when you no see them, if you no have the powers, I don't know, you just block them, no partiality. They not engage them, ignore them.
Hey man, Chops, you're moderator, man.
Block them and make them go because when you
look, can't block him.
As a matter of fact, maybe that's the same one I was listening to the same one he's done. And one of the guy came up and says that the Prime Minister say he did not register the charity. He didn't register the charity, but yet still, and he did not collect any money from anybody for it because he say he's not registered. But guess what the man so stupid to say, and the guy agrees with him, to say that even though he's not registered as a charity, he's not collecting any money from anybody, but he might get the credit from the government for the taxes.
The Prime Minister does not own a charity.
No, hold on a second. I'm just showing you how stupid their argument, because he must say the government, he must say Andrew not register the charity, and him not collect no donation from nobody. But yet still, he might claim taxes from the government for it. He might get the credit from the government. And I'm saying, but guys, in order for you to get credit from the government for your charity, you must have to register the company, the charity. And the other guy agrees with him.
Straight no Chops and say.
Pure foolishness them talk, Miss Marcia.
Exactly.
You know, I don't generally listen to them, you know. But I was running through and I was on the far you. And I said, let me listen a little bit. And I was there listening and I tell you, them I enjoy each other company and I swear think them I talk some sense. And it's pure nonsense.
Yeah, but Kizzy, I go through my TikTok so I want to identify the idiot them, you know. So I go through all of them.
Yeah, man, me hear them too, man.
I go through them.
Them say, oh, was that? We were there talk something good. and then just come in and this, so me tell you all the time, don't pay them mind when they come.
So kids, that is them admit tweet though. We have them a distraction, so them admit tweet though. That's yes. Part of them plan.
And them come in, them say them come in and they upset we, and then go away, and then come back with their fake page.
I was surprised when one of them. I was surprised when one of them came out and says that nowhere in the integrity report or the IC never said Andrew stole any money. He said they never. But him say what happened? Andrew need to tell where get the little bit of extra money from the 1.9 million. He said that's all you need to get back. And I'm like, holy crap.
And then the one that Chopper them I laugh with earlier, the one in here, you Richards. Me hear him a boss or him screen record the young lady. Or them use our video. Because yes, me hear him.
Then Kizzy.
They are owning these things publicly.
If they are stupid enough to sit down and talk on internet, so them are going to release price video. Now the criminal them come out of this bank plan for Robbie.
Yeah, them have no sense.
Yeah, because they don't care. And the whole of them over there sit down and laugh. And
he should be very careful. You're slicing and splicing people.
Him say more. I don't know. Let me tell you something. You see me?
Remember say
none of them. None of them can't. No enough to entertain them now in inbox. I don't know if say man are in the inbox have conversation and him tell her I'm a seasoned blogger and what have you, and she say I'm a seasoned fish. And I mean listen to them big man here. Like them
Kizzy, remember so then the Vegas video to you and splice it up to you and set it up what they want it to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seasoned fish.
Like they sit down and own these things.
We are dealing with some people that their IQ I don't think it reach I. Them probably have AQ.
I think I run them around out of lines right now, you know.
They don't know what they're talking about. They say we over here talk to the same set of people every night. I mean, I feel laugh off of them because every time if me seen anything, if me seen up at the same set of people, me seen a feedbacks. So how you say about people where you say at the same set when you are the same set?
Chuck, a ZQ man, we don't have Z man. We must say I no man. We have put A say AQ, I put him past I and gone up at top.
It don't make no sense, man. See, is there
ZQ. Don't I say them, man. ZQ that.
We not engage in no argument with them because they are irrelevant. None of them name now come on no ballot. Spread the good news and the good message of the Jamaica Labour Party and the government and what they have accomplished since in government. No bother with them because them a waste time. They are doing all of this so they can sit and have a laugh among themselves.
Come like last night, I was fast strong up on VG. We never talk no politics last night on VG. We talk about some man and woman thing and look out on some homosexual thing and I look out and because go in the box and attack. Guess who jump up in the box? Come over there. About T-boy caution. So we not spend me not stay upon a live with that boy.
Hold on there. Well, Lati say AI News is playing your live right now on YouTube. And you're listening, okay.
I better more people to listen.
Yes, man.
Well, anyway. Welcome to Church Finley.
That's not bad.
Well,
we can continue.
Work at the government than my people.
What I say? We can continue with that say.
No, let us get back to the work at the government.
I want to ask a question, though, Chuck. Does Mark Golding have a charity in Jamaica?
I was told Mark Golding have 4 charities. 1 in England and 3 in Jamaica. The 3 in Jamaica.
He does not own a charity in Jamaica, sir.
You don't own one?
No.
What to the
own a preparatory school foundation, wrapped up over $200,000 in fines, and it has defined an annual return or a financial statement since it incorporated in 2006. And it was removed from the register of companies, so that no longer exists.
Yeah, because he wasn't paying.
Vision Development Foundation, which was founded by Omar Davies, was Mark Goldie became a director at the company Willis in 2017. However, that company no longer exists. Right? He said, according to the Golding, Vision Development Foundation ceased operation when it found Omar Davis, former member of parliament for South St. Andrew, South, and former finance minister, retired in 2017. So that's dead in a show. Greater Trenchtown Foundation, on the building in of Greater Trenchtown, whatever, the purpose, he checked with the COJ and the financials, which have been outstanding for 3 years. At the time of the initial check in 2022, they are now listed in good standing as of April 2023, but it is not registered as a charity. So Mark Golding does not have a charity in Jamaica. He has out of what we have now, we have one foundation which needs to file its annual returns. Yeah? So when I talk about charity, none.
Anyway, I'm going to jump out of the box now, people. Kiss down, link me in my inbox, yeah?
Yeah, man, I'll definitely link you, man. I'll definitely link you.
Alright, I'm jump out of the box, yeah.
That guy don't have none, but when I check for him, serve in the Sir John Bowling Fund, well up to date, man, well up to date. Money night,
yes.
Yeah, man, money night.
What about the OT Fairclough one, the one when you use to mine himself?
That was like a one-off thing when put him, according to my understanding, was like a one-off thing where he put the retroactive of his salary. Because Comrade thought he was going to put the portion of his salary increase that he got from government into that.
That's what he promised them.
But no, it was a one-off,
one time
retroactive money.
Yeah, man, and a one time too.
And a one time, yeah. So Comrade them is the call.
You come size up with.
So when I be the prime, I wanted to go on Twitter. I check out the Prime Minister Foundation, what he's been doing. Marvelous work. So
hey,
I want to go size up to the Prime
Minister. I don't
Minister.
know how much are you with a big video of the houses, the apartments that the Prime Minister built in his constituency.
Yeah, man, I see them chopped up.
And
Nice,
it's the same kind that is being built in Frog City around by Peter Phillips' constituency. Those are what you call changing lives.
That, I mean, poverty to prosperity.
Poverty to prosperity.
Generational wealth.
In
Generation.
reality.
When you step out of those and go to school, it gives the people them a different. Hey, you want to see the place?
Yeah, man, it's nice.
They can hand those
nice.
houses down to their children, grandchildren that then have to come and pay rent as a starter.
And that is the plans for every single inner city community around the place.
Sure.
So you see, Joe, this is the thing, you know, when we have a prime minister who are trying to uplift the people of the country. Your people in office say, oh, we love the poor. My prime minister want people stop being poor, start have generational wealth, start have your own property. That if needs be and your kids need to go to school and you get through. Yes.
Remember the Prime Minister, and you can quote him. Prime Minister love the poor, but him hate poverty. That is his words.
Exactly. And to continue, you have to have some asset that if needs be that we have to lean on the asset to educate our children. That is where you get your title for your premises.
Yes, generational wealth.
Right? And the other thing I must add to that is this. People have to start to open them eyes and consider, say, over the years, PNP are going to say, oh, me give this. But where is the title of the particular good that they have given to you to say, oh, I own this? You know?
No people don't tell for go squat. No people don't tell for go squat pan land. I'll know to the day the people don't have no land title. And they must squat as for life.
But Kizzy, it was up in your constituency, you know. Matter of fact, in your division.
I was touring. We were going to doing some house or something. And I remember I met 5 individuals. And them own a whole one man had about 2 acres. I'm talking about 2 acres of land, man. And I'm saying definitely from 1976, clean land. All fence up too. Next man down the road have about half an acre, one next man have an acre. About 5 of them. And can I tell you, that not a single one of them have a title?
I know. Of course I know that.
No, a title.
No title.
PNP, you know. They were PNP. So Michael Manley give them a land.
Yes,
Remember, Michael Manley
enough
said
of
he
them
was
are
put land and
Portland.
he
Enough
defend you
of
when the
them are
time come
Portland.
now.
I saw them have land and own whole heap of land. And
Michael
when you
Manley
ask
said
them,
just
they
take
say
the
a man
land.
give them.
Me defend you when the time come.
But hold off, you know. You see, right in a Manchester Central, you know, one certain people, person, not people, I'm sorry, a person who is a hot topic, gave somebody who I know personally a piece of property from me, say, to build on. So I said to the person, you get tired of you build upon the land? Say, no, the man say, me can't go upon it go build car, nothing, nobody. Me say, who tell you so? Me say every piece of land in Jamaica, the government actually own it. Or the state own it, but we are only landholders, not landowners, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I said to her, say, how it is that Mr. Such man there, I go just to them say, go and go live there, so. I know nothing because him can't get the vote. Me say you should ask him, say, give you the papers to the land, so there and then you actually own it. But that person is so, I don't not even want to use no words to describe nobody out of the way. So foolish into thinking that, say, yes, two me and say, go live on that of you. I don't know if the mayor land. You understand? So that is go, I just say this to say that the PNP will trick you all the time, this thing that, yes, you own a piece of property, but it is not yours. They just believe in squatting more than giving people ownership. This is ownership of a piece of property.
PNP love the poor, JLP uplift the poor. That's the difference.
That is why the Prime Minister is putting in a plan to take people off the part program rather than add more to it.
Exactly.
Good night.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's not a love them poor, they love keep them poor.
Love keep them. Because that's the only way they can rule.
Yeah.
Right? That's their only route to a political victory is by keeping people dependent on them. And as Chaps always say, that's how they're able to convince a man with just eat him rice and peas and chicken. Say, boss man, you just say you're hungry. And the man go hungry. Say, right, you say, no, just say me hungry for you.
Chuck, winner, HR, Chopper, Miss Marcy. I'm going to ask you guys a question regarding this whole Michael Phillips thing. I'm going to change the topic a bit, but please bear with me because I've been asking the question since the last 24 hours and I've been asking and nobody's able to give me an answer.
The answer is yes.
A report, there was a leak, basically, nationwide broker news, saying that they had information that a senior PNP politician is about to be charged or whatever the news report said, right? We know that the IC sent a report because of their update to the parliament, which was not yet tabled. Within a few hours and some minutes of nationwide breaking the news.
Juliet leak it to M name there, to what the PNP guy name that is in question. To Michael. Juliet leak it to Michael, that's why I come out and talk. Juliet Holness.
Hold on a minute, because yes, the comrade them I said that, but hold on. Let me get there. Michael come out and admitted saying him, and I actually want to read his release. I want to really read that press release. So let me transfer it from this. Let me transfer it from this phone to the next. So give me a second. One nice little second, please.
While you're doing that, you're not supposed to do something there, talk about it because it hasn't been tabled as yet. So that's a breach of protocol right there.
It's not court, it's the IC Act.
IC Act, sorry.
Guys, I have seen where the IC have said
that while they are restricted from speaking about a case, the person being investigated can speak about it. So I don't know who is being contrary to the law.
Okay.
But talk
I
from
am
two
back.
side of their mouth. Go
So
on.
let me read this for immediate release, and it have the letterhead Manchester Member of Parliament, Northwest, Manchester Northwest, Mile Gully address, email address, and telephone number, office, everything. Okay? And it said the statement is from Michael Phillips. It said, based on media reports and calls from journalists, I understand that I am the subject of an Integrity Commission report that was sent to Parliament but has not yet been tabled. No, the word the man say is, I understand that I am the subject of the Integrity Commission report based on media reports and calls from journalists. Now the media never name him, and if journalists were calling him, that's based on what this first statement say, right? He was not aware. A journalist inform him now because it is based on media reports. Me clear with no?
Yeah,
Yes,
man.
brother.
All right. Okay. Then he went on, the statement went on to say, in the interest of openness, I wish to state that my 2022 statutory declaration was unfortunately late due to a delay in getting all the relevant documents shortly after the deadline. The documents were submitted and I have since fully complied with all the requirements. As a public servant, I take my responsibilities seriously, and while the statutory declaration was delayed, it is not connected with illicit enrichment. All my statutory declarations have been certified, and the late filing penalty of 250,000 has been paid. All right. So this is where it gets really, really tricky for me now. Yeah. So in the beginning, him basically never know because it's based on media reports and calls from journalists. Then he went on to say, in the interest of openness, if there was no leak to the media and journalists were not calling him, he was not going to be open. He had no interest of being open with the Jamaican people, right? That's what me get from that, because now that it is leaked, he have interest to be open, although media did not publicly name him. Then he come back and him say he paid a fine of 250,000. Now when I read the IC Act, right? The act says you can be charged based on the law that he broke. You can be charged up to 500,000, or you spend a 6 months in prison. That is the penalty. Who notified him what his charge, what charge the penalty, what the fine would be? When was he notified? When did he pay that 250,000? Why wasn't it the maximum of the 500,000? Who decided? So I am asking these questions because this information, I don't know where to find it, and it is not clear to me. I thought that when you were charged, when you are found in breach, you would have to go to the court like a regular citizen or anybody else who broke the law, and then a judge would tell you what your fine is. So how is it that Michael Phillips broke the law, was notified, but then he didn't know about it, never had any interest to tell the public until the media, and yet still until this moment I am speaking, it is not yet tabled in the parliament. What kind of confusion is this, and why are we letting it slide?
But Kizzy, here's what it was. Michael Phillips has been under investigation for his late filing since 2022.
Mm-hmm.
He was
No.
His filing was late.
No. You have until March 2020, 31st of March 2023, the file year 2022 statutory declaration.
Right.
So
He
it
was
would have been in the year of 2023 that he would have been in issue with the Intel Commission.
with him report, yes. He was late. Because he was late, the Integrity Commission themselves can apply a fine to him of $250,000, which they did. As according to the report that is in Parliament, he also ignored that order to pay the 250,000 because that is a part of the filing before the Parliament. He ignored that. Right? That's when this file was sent to the Director of Corruption Prosecution and they recommend that he be charged. So when he come and he say, oh, since then the fine has been paid, up until that report was sent to Parliament, it was not paid. So what you say is important. We need to find out have something as to when that money was paid.
But okay, then Chuck, let me ask this. So all along, he was fully aware that he broke the law, and then he continued. So he was late with the payment as well. So isn't that him still breaking the law further? Because if you were charged and supposed to pay a fine of 250,000 and you did not pay it, then shouldn't you be locked up to serve your minimum or maximum prison sentence, which is the equivalent of 6 months for not paying the fine?
This is what the law says. A person who fails without reasonable cause to submit a statutory declaration, which he is required to submit in accordance with the provision of this part, which is talking about 43A, fails without reasonable cause to provide any information as the Director of Information and Complaints may require in accordance with the provision of this Act, or fails without reasonable cause to attend an inquiry being conducted by the Director of Investigation that he is required to attend in accordance with the provision of this Act, commits an offence and is liable on summary conviction in a parish court to a fine not exceeding $500,000 or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 6 months, and the court may make an order mandating the person to comply with the requirements in respect of which the offence was committed. So now we have to ask our question. The late fine you did not pay. Failed without reasonable cause to attend an inquiry. Did you attend the inquiry when the Director of Investigation summons you to explain yourself? Because once you fail in all of these, this is where you come to this section in section C, 43C, where you're going to be sent to the Director of Public Prosecution for her to make a determination on the case for you to be charged. And then you have to go to the parish court for the judge to determine whether or not you serve 6 months or pay more than 500,000. So you miss the fine, you miss the interview session, I would assume, which lead you into the position that you are now in.
So how many times he broke the law, Winner?
Yeah, you broke the law. You broke the law, and the law comes with penalties, and that is why you're here. You are in this particular position right now.
Yeah, but how many times did he break the law?
All right, so you fail to make a statutory declaration, but these are so it could be one of the other or several are all the reasons why you're in this position. The report that will be tabled in Parliament hopefully tomorrow would give us exactly the timeline and the sequence of events for the Director of Public Prosecution to make a formal charge on him.
So Winner, so them not go to court, them not go to regular court, go answer to these charges?
No.
And where would they pay the money? At the tax office?
Yes.
I want to see tax receipt. I want to see the date, funny. When was that fine paid?
When was it paid? Was it paid sometime last week after the report was sent to Parliament?
I don't know. But in any case, you'd still be late. The law doesn't give you an excuse for that.
No. The fact that the fine was mentioned in the report means he did not pay it up until it was sent to Parliament.
I don't know. We would have to see the date on which the director of public prosecution had signed to say, listen, I've reviewed the case and I'm going to charge you, and they affix the signature as well as the date. Now then you have to look at that date as well as the receipt date to make a comparison. Okay, he paid during the time when that document was sent to the director of the prosecution for viewing, or he paid after the fact. So only those can really tell us the timeline to which this actually happened. But if he was aware that the document was about him based on what he said, that means the IC is not persons who are under investigation for anything. That's what I'm getting
yes,
from that.
But he would have been aware that he was to pay a fine. So on that grounds, he would know that he was under some investigation. Two-way Mafinua. He knew that his statutory declaration was late. You know that. You know something to send them in yet. So them late. Right? And then now, you know that them also put a fine on you and you don't pay it. That is another breach. And then now, you publicly speak and the report on the table in a parliament yet.
But Chuck, by his own statement, he claimed that he don't know nothing. And media and journalists alert him. So what kind of lie, Weber lies Michael Phillips has been there, because it don't make no sense?
Right. Listen to me. I believe he's the one who's lying.
Does the Integrity Commission have the power to give custodial sentence?
No, that is not in the...
No. The Integrity can't give a custodial sentence.
No, they can't.
No, they can't. They can only impose a fine.
So, is it that IC is tabling documents without giving a person the notification that, listen, a document will be tabled that they're going to give you adverse findings that may affect you as an individual? Because we saw it in the case where doing Vaz, as soon as this document was tabled in Parliament, he released a statement.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
How did he know? Is it that the IC told him, but didn't tell Mr. Phillips?
And that's why I'm confused, because Dwayne Vaz run out and say rate and whatever and him paying fine and whatever. And I am asking this question. Where are they? How comes there's no procedure? I don't know, why are they not facing a judge who impose the fine and then them just secretly go pay a tax office and nobody knows? How this keep so quiet all the time? This situation it is not clear. Me don't know, maybe me don't. So in this matter, me go own dunceness and say me ignorant to all of this. And there's nobody who can really bring me through the steps. So me now go stop ask the questions, because it once it now had up to me have to ask the question then.
But there are good questions that needs to be answered.
The IC is bounded by the IC Act. And they can't act outside of the act, yeah? Once you act outside of the act, the problem comes in, and that is why you have a strong case, because you act outside of the mandate that was given to you. Remember, the IC is a creature of habit, you know. You only can act within the confines of your perimeter. It's like a fence, you know. It's like an animal in a fence, right? You can act within the fence. Once you act outside of the fence, you have to commit a breach.
No, but winner. Remember, I know the Prime Minister was in India when these set of people went to the Parliament and create a stink because they wanted to say the Prime Minister lied to the country about not knowing that he was being investigated. Yet Michael Phillips stand up behind Mark Golding right in front of Parliament with his face well screwed up when he himself break the law.
I don't want you guys to be tricked, yeah? Remember, the
Right?
Prime Minister is a Jamaican first, and therefore he's guided and protected by the Constitution as well as the Charter of Rights.
Excuse me, guys, I've got to leave you now. I'm going on to a church meeting. All
Thank you
right.
so much, Miss Fluffy. And don't be a stranger.
Got to leave
Always
you,
come and
yes.
share
I'm
with
going
us.
on to a church meeting.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much for coming and sharing.
Yes, always. Bless you, bless you, bless you all.
All right. All right.
It's Ken.
Yeah, Ken. As I was saying that, the Prime Minister is a Jamaican first, right? And he's guided and protected by the Charter of Rights as well as the Constitution. The Charter of Rights 63.3 speaks about self-incrimination. So the Prime Minister can refuse to answer a question that he deems is going to self-incriminate him or put him in a spot where people will think he's a criminal. Now, if he had spoken on an ongoing investigation that would have given a person's confirmation bias about him, destroying his character, yeah, it would be in bad faith to him as an individual.
Yeah. The Prime Minister refusal to comment has nothing to do with no self-incrimination. It has to do with simple, the law states that you are not to discuss ongoing investigation.
No, so that's not how I interpret it. That's how you interpret it. That's how I interpret the law, though. Let me find the law, read it. Let me find it. What are you talking about? Not under the gag clause, right? That the gag clause?
You know, see, you mute the mic, but I know me echo, you know, an open discussion.
I open discussion.
No, sir. I know me.
Is it me? No.
No.
A quick question I want to ask Chuck and Chopper.
It's not like a winner echo.
Here the thing what I'm confused is like Kizzy, is if you have a commission or a committee that's they always not the act they go by, they have to have a bylaw. That's an internal thing. And as Kizzy said, the act said $500,000 or alternative if it's not paid 6 months in prison. How comes the IC have that thing to inflict fines? That's what confused me.
Yes, yes, man. Them can remember, you know, them have a most committee in a parliament can inflict fines and people who don't come meetings and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah, I know that's the bylaws. That's what you call bylaws. You
so they can inflict a fine.
But when
what they cannot order is imprisonment.
Yeah, but so I'm saying, so that means that if they said to pay $250,000 fine, he didn't pay it when he dated you.
Right.
To implement that custodial if he doesn't pay the fine. That's
why you're recommending for prosecution now.
Okay. No, I got it.
Yes. That's how now he's recommended for prosecution.
Yeah, that's where the confusion.
And then now he's gonna have his day in court.
Okay. Well, it sounded a little better to me because that was
fun. No, he must say pay the fine. So
but the question is, when did he pay it?
Who did it pay to?
Yes. Well, how the tax officer can't pay, but it's when.
But the thing is my problem again is, how did he get to pay the fine when he didn't know nothing about the report? He said he's a journalist and people call him up about it. So how did he pay that fine? He can't pay something he don't know about.
Thank you. And at the time when the journalists are calling would have been late at night.
Right, so he didn't. So when did he pay that fine? Or where did he pay it?
That is what we want to know. When was that fine paid?
Yep, that's what I would like to know.
Is it? What is the date on the statement when released? Make sure the date on it is correct.
I think the date, let me check back the date. Let me check the date. The date is October 11, 2024.
Yeah, this the next day. And the thing that came out on the 10th and it come out the following day.
October the 11th, 2024. I don't even think it was the next day, no, Ken, to be honest with you, because when the news broke, I was going to bed. And I am like a couple hours ahead of Jamaica, right? So I was going to bed at the time, and by the time we wake up in like after 1 my time, this statement was already out. So I would have to go and check and see when did Nationwide break that news.
Yes.
But it was not a complete 24 hours before Michael Phillips coughed up and say him.
Yes.
He coughed up very quickly.
It's still that's make it even more confusing again.
It's time to ask the world famous question. What did he know and when did he know it?
And that's why the press, we have a press who they are not interested in these investigations. They're not interested to put that out to the public. And that's what is the troubling thing about it, because they have an unrollness for how many months and years about what they did to him, and now this thing come out and they keep a hush hush on it. Well, the man, somebody's lying.
The media don't care whatever the media don't care to report anything on the People's National Party. At the PM alone, them have strength from Omar. I agree with you. Nothing about the PNP is ever reported in the news. Right? Because if it was somebody from the Labour Party come out the same time and say, they would have, a long time they would have come out and say, oh yeah, we find when him pay the fine and this, but no, not with the PNP. Not with the People's National Party.
Hope we can get clarity on this by tomorrow.
All right, I hope so too. I can try to seek out some clarity on it.
All right, so here is the timeline. Nationwide break the news 2:37 a.m. my time. You know hear me?
That's 5 o'clock Jamaica
time, right? And by 3:07, Michael Phillips confirmed.
That's less than an hour.
Okay, I'm telling you, say it wasn't a day. It wasn't.
That statement would have been ready to go a long time.
But the statement don't make no sense, because he might contradict him oneself in the statement.
Exactly.
The statement don't make no sense. Me no bad for maths. Me no bad for maths and accounts and something. But you can't go around when it come to English language. The statement make no sense.
None. He took a yellow card for the team. A goal was going to score, so he took a yellow card.
I don't know what kind of yellow card him take either, because it don't make no sense. Him put himself in a position now where him just come out as a big lad, and I guess because him not really have no reputation, because him really not have no reputation. He not have nothing to protect. But these are criminal charges, and they're trying to minimize it. And he made even the statement, it has nothing to do with illicit enrichment. You still break the law. If you thief one apple and me thief 100 million, two away a thief. So what you try to say?
The issue is, as me say, what them are trying to do with the Prime Minister, is a character assassination. Is an effort to pin whatever they can on him. Right? To try them best to make him have a...
Good evening.
Good evening, Marcia. Right? And that is the mission that they're on. And they are being assisted by the media.
Chuck, me just jump up in our life, he says something. I remember watching in the second term that Andrew Holness won, when the PNP, there was this woman at the office of the PNP was quarreling. I remember that videotape where he was saying that he not take no blame for nobody, because Peter Phillips knows Michael and Sticky. And every time I think about it, I'm just looking at all of these people.
The man they depend too much live one time. Continue, Marcia.
Yes.
I want to read. Sorry, Chuck. Before we lose this this line of
Yes. Go on.
until the tabling in Parliament of a report under Section 36, all matters under investigation by the Director of Investigation, or any other person involved in such investigation shall be kept confidential, and no report or public statement shall be made by the Commissioner or any other person in relation to the initiation or conduct of an investigation under this Act. So this Act prevents the IC, not the person who is being investigated.
Yeah, but the idea of any other person under investigation, that no cover the person.
No. It speaks specifically to what the IC can do. Until the tabling in Parliament of a report under Section 36, all matters under investigation by the Director of Investigation or any other person involved in such an investigation, so the persons who are carrying out the investigation, or if it's persons who is at TJ or FID, whoever them use, shall keep confidential, and no report or public statement shall be made by the Commission or any other person in relation to the initiation or conduct of an investigation under this Act.
The person that is being investigated
is
and
not
they involved in the investigation.
No, they are the subject of the investigation. So they can publicly speak about it. Under this, there's also a document that speaks what is the gag clause. In essence, there are two major gag clauses in the Interim Commission Act. One is embodied